Then I listen to my Ronnie. I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few. Who can compare with RonyiQ? So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few. Who can compare with RonyiQ? So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, RonyiQ. I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie. RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising. Thank you all for being here. Let's give the intro a round of applause, shall we? Since we have the applause thing, let's use it. Hope you guys had a great Tuesday. I apologize I could not come live. I had several things that I needed to do early in the morning, and shoot, I was sitting out in the yard letting the dog out, and I was like, oh God, what a beautiful day. I still have half a pallet of flowers that I could be planting. So I hope you guys get out whenever you can and touch some flowers and touch some grass. Now let's get into this news. I'm going to give you some stories. If you hear some news that you have not heard before, feel free to hit the goals button, because my goals is not to look at what other people are doing and then try to circumvent them. My goal has always been, for the past 2 years now, is to give you information that is not found on your for-profit media. My goal is not to come up here and act as if I am creating words and terms from other people who are giving the news and say that this is what I say. No, I direct you to where you can get it from. I'm not over here recreating the wheel. What I'm doing is I'm directing you to areas that you might not be familiar with, to news that you could actually use. I'm not acting like the news is brand new, because here I am. I just found out about what's going on 5 months later, and now I'm a proficient in it. If I was proficient in it, I would have announced it when it came out. So that is what I try to do over here on my channel. I'm not trying to do anything. I'm not trying to prove that my news is better than anyone else's news. But some people have proven that theirs is subpar, but there's neither here nor there. But I am here to give you information that will help you in your life that you are living now, under these conditions that our president has this nation in now. I want you to look at the things that I have tagged for you. I want you to go explore some of these things that are tagged. I have quite a few different price ranges of solar generators. See, I'm not trying to do anything for myself or my family. I'm trying to do things for you. Uh, the only thing I'm trying to give you is information. So if you like this channel, please subscribe, please share, please tell a friend, because this news is about what the collective can do for each other. It's not what I can get off of you. Okay? Capiche? Don't send me nothing for my dogs. Don't send me nothing for nothing. Take care of yourself. Because there is a whole lot of talk. Now, I have told you this time and time ago. Uh, your president is really putting us in a position where the whole world is about to bubble over. Now, there's a lot of talk about this new world order situation. And I concur. Your president is really setting this nation up for big billionaires, big corporations to change the order that our nation has been going in, that the world has been going in. And unfortunately, one of the biggest things that I have been telling you about is the BRICS. That is one of the things, the BRICS trading amongst each other. So if you have not seen my information about the BRICS and how our US dollar has been falling, if you have not seen all the information why I have given you about the falling and failing US dollar, if you have not seen all the information where I showed you exactly why the United States is on track to be a failing nation, you may be about to feel it right now, because let's be real clear. Iran is not playing with you. Iran is not playing with us. What is this? I think this is the one. There is one I do want to show you a message. Oh, we're going to get to that dumb bitch later. We're going to talk about Pam Bimbo. We are going to talk about the DoorDash grifters, and we're going to talk about this war. And as far as this new world order thing that I'm talking about, um, Iran has a message for the world. Enjoy the current pump figures with the so-called blockade. You'll soon you'll be nostalgic for $4 and $5 gases. Soon you will be remembering how good it was when your gas was only $4 and $5, $4 and $5 a gallon. That will be nostalgic for you. So understand that the last two ships that left Iran before this illegal war that Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump has struck Iran with, the last two ships are set to port sometime today. And once that oil gets off them ships, all the ships that are coming in are going to be repriced. And understand that this has reset gas prices for the future. Up there saying that you will not see gas prices get any lower. Who is they? My mama say don't ever talk about no they. Who is they? Economists are telling you that your gas prices have been reset and you will be burdened with the high price of gas for an estimated 10 years, higher than what you're paying on today. You know, this oil that was already on the way that you're paying for. No, you ain't seen nothing, because the oil that will be coming on the way, that's what's going to break your heart. So I just want to give you that information. And they're telling you right out front Enjoy the current pump figures with so-called blockade. Soon you'll be nostalgic for $4 and $5 gas. Okay. Now this Galbraith, he was one of the negotiators. He was one of the negotiators that negotiated with whom? With whom was he negotiating with? Two real estate developers and J.D. Vance, who never had a job that wasn't handed to him from a billionaire. Who no people qualified in anything that they were doing. The Witkoff and Kushner team that had brokered peace with Palestine and Israel. You know, that same peace that they are bombing the fuck out of Palestine right now? Yeah, these people. Y'all had a whole big fanfare, whole show, everybody standing on podiums like they are kings and all of this stuff. And did y'all buy that shit? As they have continued, and from the day that they did that pomp and circumstance show, as they have continued to kill the people in Palestine. Okay. Hey y'all, how y'all doing? What you think gonna happen to you? Okay, well, okay. My cup. Have a good day. Have a good day. Uh, But let me tell you something. The blockade is what's helping us get the oil down and holding everything hostage is what put the oil up. Well, let me tell you something. Well, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something that the military is not even following the orders of this said blockade, because your president said that he was blockading everything, nothing in, nothing out. So if Iran was holding something hostage and your president came out here and told you they're not going to even let these ships that Iran wanted out, you know, like those ships like China, your president told you that he was going to kick up a dust with China. But what are you saying about that? Because China is most definitely one of the ships that your president said would not be able to go out. China is most definitely one of the countries that buys oil with Iran. So instead of having this blockade just with whoever Iran wanted to blockade, your president told you that they were going to blockade everything. So what are you talking to me about? But strangely enough, there are so many commanders in the military, the few that are left that don't want to spend the rest of their lives in jail, that are circumventing your president's orders. What they came out with, these were the people in the military came out and said, well, no, we're just going to blockade ships that are coming from Iranian ports. Now, these are two different things. These are two different things totally. So what they're telling you is that any ships that Iran lets go through, they're going to let go through. And how do we know this? Because that's what your military is doing. Since you want to talk to me, since you know so much, but any ship that Iran is blockading is still blockaded. But your military just let a sanctioned Chinese ship go through. Why? Because Iran said it can go through. So why you think you know so much, listening to propaganda media? This is why I'm here. This is why I'm here. Thank you guys for being here. Please make sure you hit the like button. Since you want to converse, let's find out if you even know what you're talking about. I know what I'm talking about. So let's get into it. And pretty much people who said Barack Hussein Obama hated that he was president. Similar to people who said when Obama was president, they hated when he was president. Just to say his name, they had to try to inflict some otherism in him. You know, the otherism that he wasn't born in America from day one, the otherism that he tries to inflict in you till today, that he is some other, that he is some Muslim, that he is other. I hit the like button since you're here. Okay. What's not happening except in California? Please explain. Okay, let's move on. I can't get caught up. I have too much information. Now, we said two realtors and one who got $2 billion from the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. You know, the same Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia that your intelligence went to your president and told that he was responsible for calling the order to kill a reporter, Khashoggi. Your president said, "Oh well, I think he's a nice guy," but y'all don't have nothing to say about that. And then after they left office, Jared Kushner got $2 billion that the Saudi government did not want to give this inexperienced person for a business that he had never worked in. But who overrode their own sovereign wealth people? The Crown Prince himself. Now, what is Jared Kushner? This special envoy, who can't even clear a background. Do you understand why Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, they're special envoys, so they don't have to go through the technical little thingy things that real ambassadors and such have to go through. And I'm pretty sure Jared Kushner's father, who is the ambassador of where, France, the felon that was in jail for evading taxes, Jared Kushner's father, the Kushners, who were such good friends with Benjamin Netanyahu when Jared Kushner was a boy, that Benjamin Netanyahu, when he used to come to New York City, when Kushner was a child, would sleep in Kushner's own bed, as Kushner would give his room up to none other than Benjamin Netanyahu, and he would go sleep in another room when the company was over. This Jared Kushner, who stood on a stage and told you that they had brokered a peace with Palestine and Hamas when there was no signature on any agreement for peace. Is this what we're talking about? But y'all don't have anything to say about that. Now, this is the same Jared Kushner that they sent to broker peace with Iran and the United States and Israel. Israel is the reason why we are in this conflict in the first place, because your stupid Secretary of what is this? Not the Defense Secretary. Marco Rubio. A stupid Marco Rubio. He came out and told you that Israel said that they were going to strike Iran. And he told you that they knew if Israel struck Iran, Iran was going to strike U.S. interests in the Middle East. But there was no saying that we told Israel, don't do that because they're going to strike us. No, he never told you that. What he told you was that since Israel was going to strike and we knew that they were going to strike U.S. interests, we decided to strike along with Israel, giving you no reason why we are in this war. That's what Marco Rubio told you. But where was Marco Rubio, who is in the State Department, the Secretary of State, when it came time to negotiate to end these strikes? Marco Rubio was at a MMA or whatever, one of those fights. He was sitting up looking shit-faced at a motherfucking fighting event with your president. The people who got us in this situation was sitting up at an fight. I have already played that video for you. I've already told you this story. When did I tell you this story? I told you this story on Monday. But y'all sit up here and act like fat meat ain't greasy. Now, your president agreed to 10 points of a ceasefire. One of those 10 points I've shown you. Go back, watch the videos. We're not going backwards. We're going forward. So he agreed to these 10 points. He texts you out that they have a framework. And when they get there, what did J.D. Vance and the realtors try to do? They tried to tear up the framework. They couldn't even get past a framework. When your president said, we have a framework that we feel we can work around, he told you that he was sent a 10-point agreement from Iran, and they have basically gone over it, and they feel like all of the things that were points of contention have been worked out, and they figured that they needed uh, a 2 week break, and then they could come back, and this was the 2 week ceasefire. They figured they need a 2 week break, and they can come back and get hammer out the totality of this agreement. That's what your president said. But what did his boss say? What did his puppet master say? He said, no, Syria is not included in the ceasefire. And what did Trump's puppet master do? Trump's puppet master then proceeded to strike Syria, the worst he has ever struck Syria. See, understand that Israel have no intention of putting boots on the ground of their people. But while your president and his drunk Department of Defense Secretary, allegedly drunk Department of Defense Secretary, is talking about putting boots on the ground. We know that they've already had boots on the ground with what I believe was the attempt to go in and get that uranium that was underground. Because who sends hundreds of troops out there to rescue one man? Who lose aircraft that are meant to carry hundreds of troops into an area? Your Department of Defense, your Secretary of Defense does, and your president. These are the people who do that. How many people were on the mission Raising Cain? Oh, I don't want to say that. There were hundreds of people there were hundreds of people out there. Hundreds of people out there for what? Now, we know that they would have needed hundreds of people to successfully do what most people with any sense understand that they were trying to do. They were trying to dig up the uranium. They were trying to dig up the enriched uranium, but they failed miserably at it. They lost almost $500 million worth of aircraft and helicopters on that mission. And it has been reported that they are underreporting the deaths and injuries in Iran. But y'all keep that. Y'all keep that. Y'all play like you don't see what's going on. But what I do advise you is, I advise you to look. I have some things pinned for you that you may want to interest yourself in, because while we are going through this gas crisis, y'all think that y'all going to be able to walk up to the gas station with your little generators, with your little a gas can, and get gas for your generator. You may want to look around. You may want to shop around for a solar generator. That's all I'm telling you. I think it would be wise of us to prepare ourselves like the rest of the world has been preparing themselves. You notice that your government is not telling you to make any preparations that will sustain you, but other nations are. Other nations are definitely making preparations to sustain and to live. But your government is not even telling you about the things that are about to impact you and how you live your life. Your government is not telling you nothing. Yeah, nothing. Okay, let's continue. Now, I want to be sure that I share something else with you. See, some of you, I believe, you think it's a game. Now, let's talk about this blockade. Did somebody say something about the blockade? Your president is telling you yesterday in a text, 34 ships went through the Straits of Hormuz yesterday, which is by far the highest number since this foolish closure began. President Donald J. Trump, when in fact there were 4 ships that went through. The 4 ships that Iran said that could go through. Those were the 4 ships that went through, and one ship was under active sanctions. One Chinese ship was under active sanctions. So 34 ships. Now we know that hundreds of ships were going through the Strait of Hormuz uh, uh, unmolested by anyone. These ships were able to fly. So what has your military done? Your president is lying to you. The military is only allowing the ships out that Iran allow out. Your president lied to you and told you that 2 military vessels during the middle of the negotiations with the realtors and the physicists and PhD holding people who came to negotiate from Iran. He told you that the realtors and JD Vance, Peter Thiel's tool, who only got jobs that Peter Thiel hooked them up with. He told you that during the middle of these negotiations, that 2 ships actually passed through the Strait of Hormuz. But the actual footage shows you that 2 ships tried to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, and they were told to turn around, and a drone was let loose on them. And what did these 2 ships do? They turned around and got the fuck out of there. But your president is lying to you, and you continue to believe these lies. Let me see what you guys are talking about. Hey, Carmel, what is this? Carmelin, hey, Sabar. Yes, Rubio is the Secretary of State. No, I love America. I love America. My grandfather is a war veteran of the World War II. Uh, I have plenty of family members who fought in these wars. Does your president love America? Did your president put any skin in the game for these wars that he's sending other people off to? Huh? Did your president or any of his family members fight for this country? No. The reason why your president is in this country is his family refused to fight for their own country. Thus, they came to America. Why you want to talk about love of America? Is Barron Trump? I wonder if Barron Trump is one of the people who are automatically signed up for the selective service, like this administration has allowed everyone who turns the age of 18 is automatically signed up for the selective service. I wonder if Barron Trump's name is on that list. That's just a question. And if it is on this list, they're saying that it would take up to 10,000 people to achieve the things, boots on the ground, that they want. Up to. That's the low number. Who you think going to be counted in these low numbers of people that they are automatically enlisting into the selected service? Caroline Leavitt would not, I know her name is Levitt, but she lies. Caroline Leavitt said that the president is not taking anything off the table when she was asked if there would be draft for this Iran debacle. The president is not going to take anything off the table. He took himself off the table when they were drafted for him to carry his ass to fight for this country. He ain't taking nothing off the table when it comes to your sons and daughters. He's not taking anything off the table. But actually what he's doing, he's putting more on the table. He's making sure that they automatically are registered. He know where to find them. He knows how to make sure that people are automatically registered for the selective service where he may draft your son and daughters into, but he can't use that same framework to make sure that American voters are automatically registered to vote. Don't you find that peculiar? He is doing everything to take American voters off the voting rolls. If you use your middle name as opposed to your middle initial, if you don't use your middle name or initial, and no, you're pulled off the voting rolls for things like that. But he can successfully sign up your children to die in a war that he has not been able to tell you why we're in it in the first place. Now, you understand that this country had $1 billion a day, every day. We're into 41st, 40, between the 41st and 43rd day of this war. A country that was already in debt in the first place. Now, $1 billion a day your president had to spend on this war. Now it is estimated they're spending $1.5 to $2 billion a day. Now there are reports that your president has told the army, the military to get ready and pack up, and now they are on to their next capitalist adventure. There are reports that the military is now getting ready for their expansion of bullshit over in Cuba. This great colonizer is ready to now go to Cuba. If you did not hear. Tyler, I need where you got that. Who is they? First of all, Tyler, who is they? Who is they? I need to know they found. Who is they? Question number one. Because it would be who's of you to not repeat what they said unless you don't even know who these they that you speak of are. How about that? Hmm? How about that? That's a complete lie. They did, however, find many illegal voters in Minnesota. Who is they? Who is they? And what they were looking, who are these they who were looking for illegal voters? Oh, just so happened in Minnesota. Who are these they? I'm waiting. Tyler, since you want to talk about what they are doing, can you tell me who they are? And can you tell me what is the complete lie? I'm waiting. What exactly is a complete lie, Tyler? Doge. Doge found Doge has been disbanded. So how is it that Doge has gone into Minnesota and found so many fake voting registrations? Doge did it. Would it be the same Doge that had no idea in what they were doing in when they were in Doge? Is it the same Doge that under when they were being deposed for the lawsuits that are going on against Doge? Would it be those same Doge people who couldn't tell the attorney who was asking them what DEI was? Would it be those same people who did not know what DEI was, who just said, I have to refer to the executive order, and it's whatever president said. What did the president say DEI was? Who couldn't say expound upon what DEI was? Was it some other member of Doge who said that he was shocked and surprised about how the federal government was actually already in order? So which Doge are you talking about? And uh, when was Doge responsible for going through the voting polls to see who were registered illegally in the voting polls. If Doge did that, what I need to know is, when was Doge tasked to do that? When was that ever Doge's job to do that? But what I do know Doge did with the voting rolls, what a former member of Doge did do with the information that he got from Social Security, he took that information and he stole it and he sold it to a company who was trying to say that the 2020 election was stolen. That's what I know that Doge did do. But that wasn't his job. That was theft of your information to give to a party who was trying to subvert your ability to have a fair and free election in 2028, because your president is already sees the writing on the wall. So what do you want to say Doge did? Because Doge wasn't tasked with any election. There was They were not tasked to do anything in the election, and they could not be tasked to do anything in the election, because the elections and all of the people who are registered, those are registered under state. Doge was a federal agency who had no ability to go through the voting rolls. So what is it you want to tell me about Doge again? Since you think you're going to sit up here and talk a whole lot of propaganda and not get busted for being a stupid motherfucker that believes anything you told but can't explain anything you talking about? I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Yeah, you are talking a propaganda that you don't know what you're talking about. Explain to me how someone from Doge stole information from Social Security and gave it to an entity to try to subvert elections. Tell me what your Social Security information have about to do with subverting the election. Doge was in there stealing information. He has no source. He has a source of propaganda media. This is what I'm here for. If you have, however, how does it subvert elections exactly? Who are you talking to, Gruff? He's repeating the lie from MAGA called Uneducated Channel. No evidence. They just tell lies and repeat it. Exactly. It's good to see you, Sabar. Would you guys please hit the like button as you come in? Um, this is not a channel that suffers fools. I feel like MAGA is. I feel like MAGA is like that whole Just Now collection in stereo. I can't wait until it's over. Will he send under any of his sons now? Okay, let's move on. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sometimes I see something just so crazy. Okay. Oh, hit the like button on your way out then. We don't want to force you to stay. Hit the like button on your way out. Good morning, Al Gilbert. It's good to see you. Now, let's get into the meat and potatoes of what we're going to talk about here today. What we're going to talk about is Bondi is a no-show. Now, why didn't Pam Bondi show up? No tax on tips or no tax on grifts. We're going to talk about the fake DoorDash delivery real quick. And what the thing about that whole DoorDash delivery is the things that weren't said, the things that your president highlighted for you, that these people who copy the talking points of news, who have no lived experience, who has no critical thinking, they can't figure out what your president presented to you yesterday with that DoorDash bullshit. Okay, we're going to talk about the general refuse to follow the illegal orders. South Korea suddenly is now feeling sorry for Palestine since their own economy is failing. So South Korea is bucking up against Israel and your president because they said, look at what you guys did over in Palestine. Well, during the time that this stuff was going on in Palestine, South Korea didn't say a word. So it seems like South Korea, we are losing them as an ally, and South Korea is like, fuck you. We're gonna do what we need to do for ourselves. Kind of like a lot of people who don't give a fuck about what happened to other people until it starts affecting them and how they live their lives. This is why so many Americans are looking at what's going on in other countries, what's going on in European countries. People are actually rioting already and taking to the street in some parts of Europe about these gas prices. But you guys think that, hey, we're used to being abused by our government. So, hey, let's just make excuses. Let's just repeat propaganda about us being in situations that we don't have to do with. We don't have to be in because our president is a compromised president that must do whatever Netanyahu tells him to do, in my opinion, what it appears to be to me. So we sit down and take a whole boatload of dick because of what your president must do. The orders from Netanyahu, your president must do. Somebody who was a best friend. He was my best friend for about 15 years. As Mossad put cameras in every thing that he owned. Yes, Jeffrey Epstein was my good friend. We're going to have an update on the Jeffrey Epstein Melania thing. It is interesting. It is quite interesting. You are going to get an idea of why Melania came out. I don't know him. I don't know Ghislaine Maxwell. Oh, that letter that I wrote to Ghislaine Maxwell was just nothing. It was just a little, what did she say? A tribal note. It was a tribal note. What tribe? What tribe was that? Do they call hoes a tribe? Is that Cold Lake language for hoe? I don't know. I don't know what a tribal note is. And my ancestry go all the way back to Africa, and here it is. I don't know what a tribal note is. Okay, we're gonna get an update on Melania. Melania, you in danger, girl. More Epstein leaks. Trump is called a slave. Did y'all get here? Trump was called a slave. A slave to what? A slave to the rhythm? No, a slave to Israel. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about JD Vance proves he's a wimp. We're going to talk about Doge and the theft of your SSI information to suppress your vote. And now I already have this in the description of a box of what I'm going to be talking about, and some motherfucker came up in here and tried to tell me about voting stuff in Minneapolis. I did not know that. I wrote this last night. If you look in the description box, it absolutely tells you that is what I had already planned on talking to you about. Amazon says step over the dead guy and just get back to work. If you are unaware, there was a guy who fell out dead in an Amazon warehouse, and they said, turn around and keep working. Never slow down the machines, never stop the machines, nothing. You die in your workforce, you keep on working. Kind of like they did slaves. Now, there's also a story about a sugar plantation in it could be in Louisiana. I think it's in Florida, where they recently unearthed 129 bodies, I believe. And when people were in jail, the sheriff would release these black people who were in jail to work for free on this sugar plantation. And they have just unearthed hundreds of bodies in this sugar plantation. They said the bodies were from the age of 14 to in their 70s. And some of these people would work and they would pass out and die in the sugarcane fields. So what I'm telling you is that Amazon has done everything to fight getting unions into their workforce. Amazon has continuously sped up the machines. Amazon even have little things that will shock you at your workstation. If they feel that you're not working fast enough, you'll get a little shot, and that is just to remind you to work faster. So they're electrocuting you up in Amazon as a human being, while at the same time telling you that they are going to replace over 600,000 jobs with AI in Amazon, because they cannot get, I guess they find it maybe illegal to shock you more because they may electrocute you. So they're going to replace you with robots. Over 600,000 jobs. And I bet tell me one person. Why y'all want to come up here and talk ignorant shit? Tell me one person who says that they're not shopping at Amazon. All of you people are playing a part in your demise. And you talk about shopping at Amazon as if it is some high budget, it is some good stunt that you're doing, like you are above the fray of the rest of people as you pay for your demise at a company that tells you their workers to turn around and keep working when somebody falls out dead at their workstation, at a company that that sends electric shocks in its workers so they can speed up their work, at a company that has done everything to keep unions out of it. What do unions do? The reason why we have a 40-hour work week is because that's what unions have done. And that has been uh, copied all over the country. What has kicking unions out of the workforce done? Union are the ones who say at what time, how many hours you work before you need a break, how many hours you work before you get a lunch. This is what unions do. How much money you should be, your pay should increase based upon how much profit you increase at your company. See, unions did that type of shit. But now we don't have unions. We have people setting toilet tissue plants on fire because they say that they are not being paid enough money. But what you may not know, you may not be clear on about that guy who set that tissue plant on fire in California. They had as few as 20 workers who worked in that huge tissue company plant. Uh, there was a truck driver who said, I can't believe I was just talking to him. I can't believe he set that plant on fire. The truck driver is stated to have been making over $60,000. The person who worked in the warehouse, it has been stated that he was working and making full time something like $30,000 in the state of California. The CEO of that company, they said the CEO could have, who is they? It has been reported that the CEO, if he had just simply given up I think it was between 1 and 3 million. Don't quote me. Of his pay a year, he could have paid the workers who were working in that factory close to $100,000. But the CEO, he couldn't afford that because the CEO was working and he was making 36 to $38 million a year. So the people who actually did the work, that trickle down theory that the Heritage Foundation gave to Ronald Reagan, that to convince you that if you work hard, your company was a success, the people at the top of these corporations will trickle down that money into your pay, and therefore you didn't need unions. How's that working out for y'all? How is that working out for y'all? Now, I heard something interesting also this week. There are two. Now, we're talking about all of these big mergers with in the telecom, in uh, TV, television, and the internet. Hold on. Uh, we're hearing about in social media where all of these companies are being combined into one. And we know that it gives you less options. We know that St. Clair Media and the other, I forget the other big media company, they have a script. They own all of these private independent news stations. However, they have all of these private from every state across the country that are owned by St. Clair Media. They have to do a script. They cannot deviate from this script, this Republican talking point bullshit script. So all across the country, you are hearing the same thing from what not the national media. We're talking about your local small channels are on a script. Why? Because of these large corporations have been able to monopolize. Now, why is monopoly not a good thing? Because you have things like that happened with Brendan Carr, who was over the FCC, saying that if they didn't fire Jimmy Kimmel, they would not get that merger that they wanted so bad. And what did the FCC chair say? The reason that he is in place is to make sure these big mergers are not damaging. But what did he say? He said, if you don't get rid of Jimmy Kimmel, we can do this the easy way or we can do it the hard way. Which everybody understood is if you don't fire him, I'm not going to approve your merger. And what did they try to do? They tried to fire Jimmy Kimmel. Now, we got a bunch of motherfuckers who think they are gangsters in our government. And how does that affect you and how you live your life is what you really need to try to understand. Because, these big mergers and all of this dumb shit has made the abnormal normal. It is estimated in the United States that the average worker is expected to have somewhere between 13 and 17 jobs in their lifetime. 13 and 17 jobs. And most of the jobs, you are not excelling. Most of the people in the whole United States, they are not coming in the middle of where they left off of their last job. That you may be in a job for 2 or 3 years, got a couple of raises, got a couple of little promotions and stuff. No, you're starting at the bottom of the ring in your next job. Most people, not all people, most people, the common American worker is expected to have between 14 and 17 jobs in their entire lifetime. You know what it was in the 70s and 80s, how many jobs people were expected to have in their lifetime. The most amount of jobs that people have in their lifetime was between 1 and 3 jobs in their entire lifetime. Make that make sense. Now, why do you have to go from job to job insecurities to job insecurity? Because it's not like most people in the United States are not starting at the bottom rung of all of these new jobs that they're getting. Sure, it's some people who move to higher positions, who apply for higher position and get. I'm saying the majority of working class America. Let's not get it twisted. Let's not act as if you are some unicorn motherfucker out here. I'm talking about on average. Okay, so you guys have set up here and allow your voting patterns to make the abnormal normal. Now, who does that benefit? That benefits these big people who refuse to pay their workers a living wage, who are making billions. There was a time where a CEO couldn't make a certain number of times the lowest paid worker in their company. You couldn't make over 30 times. You have CEOs who are making thousands of times more than their lowest paid worker. Okay? Okay? But y'all wanted to get rid of unions because unions did something to you. So now you have people sitting up in Amazon dying at their workstation and getting shot at their workstation. And then that's not good enough. They're bringing in AI to take over $600,000, 600,000 jobs, and you still are shopping at Amazon. Okay. Do you, boo? Do you, boo? Okay, now what else did I want to talk about? Oh, I heard something about another merger. Uh, and this is not a small merger. These are big companies. I want you to understand what happens when these companies merge and how it affects the people who work at these companies. I see, because you have some people who think they know everything, who think they know everything, who sit up all day on the internet and don't work for themselves, that try to work shame other people who actually get up off their ass and go to work. And you have people who think that they are above all other people and what they would and wouldn't do on the job. Motherfucker, you are going to work no job. Sitting up here talking about people who work. Now, it is stated that two airlines are thinking about merging. These are not, we're not talking about Frontier and Spirit, or no, we're talking about American Airlines and United Airlines. Two of the largest airlines in the nation are now talking about merging. You know what happens when there's a merger of two companies? There are layoffs, and there are plenty of layoffs of overlapping workers. So that's what happens first. There are going to be many layoffs if this is allowed to happen. You know what else it happens? There's this thing called restructuring. What do they do when they restructure? They give you some sad singing song story, how we have to cut prices, and if you take a wage cut, and then we can build this company up. The restructuring. Who gets hurt most in the restructuring? Of the people who actually do the work. Now, I have heard people. I have heard people for many years talk about and downplay the baggage handler. That downplays baggage handlers. Many of these baggage handlers, what you may not know about baggage handlers, many of them have advanced degrees. And what has their advanced degree told them? Their advanced degrees have told them that, hey, I work in a union job. What have their advanced degrees told them? I have been working in this same job since I was in my early 20s. This is what some of their advanced degrees have told them. Some of their advanced degrees has told them that they have been on these jobs for 20 and 30 years. This has been the only job that I have had to work. What have some of their advanced degrees have told some of these baggage handlers? That I have been making close to $100,000 since the 1990s. And therefore, what their advanced degree tells them, that they're not going to go out in this fucking workforce that has no protection, that does not pay well, that has no union protection, just so they can make you feel that they are beneath you. They don't give a fuck what you think about them, because they are getting paid good money. While your stupid ass is sitting up here trying to normalize having to have 12 and 13 jobs in your whole fucking career. These motherfuckers are working one job and making good money and have been making good money because they have a union behind them that is making them make good money. While y'all sitting around frowning your nose up and foo-fooing what these union workers are making. See, y'all are the fools. You people are the fools. And you have people who do these jobs, and these are their only jobs their whole life. And what kind of life do they live? They live good. But y'all don't want to get y'all hands dirty. Oh, that job is beneath you. You don't want to get dirty. And half of you don't even get up off your ass and bathe on a daily basis. Half of you are dirty and filthy by your own conviction. Okay, that's all I gotta say about that. Okay, let's continue. Exactly. Hold on one second. Let me see what you're saying. This trickle down economy got Bill Clinton elected, and he had to clean up what Reagan did. And Bill Clinton is the only president who actually balanced the budget after that trickle down bullshit. Y'all, the only thing y'all want to talk about, Bill Clinton, is Monica Lewinsky, and he lied about who? What man you don't know that done lied on their dick? What man don't you know has lied on their dick? Huh? What man don't you know that lied on their dick when they had a side bitch? He's supposed to lie. Shit. If you out here fucking another bitch and you married, you supposed to lie. But y'all don't want to talk about how he balanced the budget after Ronald Reagan. Y'all don't want to talk about none of that. No. Y'all don't want to talk about how many jobs he created in his administration. No. Y'all want to talk about Monica Lewinsky and a blue fucking dress. And how did that Monica Lewinsky, anything about a sexual situation between two consenting adults affect you and how you live your life? But the things that did affect you and how you live your life, you're too stupid to talk about. All the time about important things. He lies about the things that do affect you and how you live your life. But y'all just keep out here. Oh, the Dems this, the Dems that, the Dems what, Dems what? Well, is to overtax corporations and rich until they leave. Those taxes are then passed to lower classes who are now losing their jobs because the company is moving to tax-friendly areas. Okay. Elon Musk is worth over $800 trillion, $800 billion right now. Tesla and SpaceX pay zero taxes. So explain that, sweetheart. Explain that. Elon Musk, who biggest investment right now is into data centers that may employ 20 to 30 people. Explain that, sweetheart. Elon Musk, who moved where to Texas. Texas gave him a tax exemptions. How are the people living in Texas? Hmm? Other places like Texas. Uh, uh, Mark Zuckerberg is creating a data center in Louisiana where people can barely pay their electric bills now. And Mark Zuckerberg, a billionaire, is going to plug into this Louisiana electrical grid. People can barely pay their electric bills now. We know the data centers always create larger utility bills in water and in electricity. And Louisiana, one of the poorest states in the country, has gave Mark Zuckerberg tax incentives. They have excused him paying taxes in a plot of land that is the size of Manhattan. And they the people who already live there can't pay their electric bills. So what does that do for these people? It's going to create 500 jobs during construction. What does that do for the people who live there? Well, and you are sitting up here. You got your stupid ass sitting up here, popping your pussy about what's being done to billionaires, how billionaires are being hurt. Is that what you're doing? Is that what you're doing? Let me highlight you. Let me highlight your dumb ass. Let me highlight your dumb ass. Why do you think that all of these data centers, most of these data centers, they try to do them under the darker light? Because the only thing they offer is some dicking of the citizens that live in these communities where they are putting up these data centers. All that they offer is higher electricity bills, higher water bill, dredging of all of their water supplies. That's all that they offer these communities, these billionaires that are building these data centers to collect your data, to enrich themselves. But you sitting up here talking about what's done to billionaire companies, as this was what billionaires companies are doing all across the country to create AI that they want to do what with, take over all jobs. But you sitting up here crying about what's being done to billionaires. The audacity and the insanity. Okay, let's look at California, Illinois, New York. Companies moving to tax-friendly states. Fun fact: companies are in the business of making money. To make more money, they have to expand, which creates jobs. So, does their expansion and their job creation, does that count when the jobs don't pay a living wage? Why bother? So let's look at California, Illinois, and New York. Let's look at them. Where are these big companies moving to? They're moving to places like Virginia. They're moving to places like Louisiana. What does that ensure? They have not ensured any jobs in these companies. And what you're ignoring is these corporations, these billionaire corporations, these companies that they are creating are being created to create AI that is going to take jobs. So are we speaking English here? Are we speaking English here? You're trying to make a point where you have absolutely no point. Let's talk about California, Illinois, and New York. Do you know that California has the fourth largest economy in the world? But they are taking their money and they are moving from California. Why? Why are they moving from California? Because they don't want to pay. They want all the money to go to themselves. But you think you're making a point, huh? Is that what you're doing? You think you're making a point as they move to Louisiana, one of the poorest country in our nation, to make money for whom? To make money for themselves. They're not creating jobs in Louisiana, sustainable jobs. They are making construction jobs just to build the factory. But the all of the huge data centers, that's making that's making money for an individual billionaire. That ain't making money. That ain't creating jobs. Quit being stupid. You try. Why don't you do that? Okay, let's get on to what we're talking about. Let's get on to what we're talking about. Here we go. Let's get on to. Oh, did I finish saying what we're? What are we supposed to be talking about today? Let's get into the notes again. Amazon says step over the dead guy and keep on working. Ty Cobbs, Trump's own attorney, says that he is crazy. Now, this big negotiator for peace in this war between Iran. Did y'all see him at Turning Point? And did y'all see Erica Kirk stand him up on stage under some farce that she was getting death threats? Now you do know that the Secret Service is in charge of protecting your vice president and your president. But Erica Kirk, for some reason, couldn't show up to this event because she's been getting so many death threats. Why would people be giving Erica Kirk death threats? I'm not sure. But it now Candace Owens. I am not a fan of Candace Owens, but Candace Owens has really been cracking me up. Candace Owens had something to say about Erica Kirk not showing up for this forum. Is this it? I think this is it. Yeah, here we go. Candace Owens said, this is really funny. Stop. This is exhausting. You pulled out because of bad ticket sales. For the same reason, Turning Point Faith had to reschedule the pastor summits and various other events quietly. People don't believe you and don't line up for you because you struggle to tell the truth about even the most basic facts. Where is the video of Charlie appointing you as CEO weeks before his death? So Erica Kirk has obviously stated that there's video of Charlie Kirk appointing her as the CEO. Candace Owens wants to see it. I didn't know about that. Okay. Weeks before his death, the Secret Service sits above your security team. Were there actually a viable threat? The vice president would not have continued. Were there? Wait a minute. Hold on. Where am I? The Secret Service sits above your security team. Were there actually a viable threat, the vice president would not have continued the event. Your closeted threat is the shit public relation team you hire that continues to operate under the delusion that they are smarter than the public. They aren't. Now, I concur. So Erica Kirk could not show up for this event. And what is it? What is this about the bad ticket sales? What it is about the bad ticket sales is that the event was mostly empty, and there you had your Vice President JD Vance sitting up there getting heckled and actually by facts. Uh, you don't have to explain Reagan's 6 year old. You don't have to explain Reagan's 6 year old kids know that bullshit from the schoolyard bully. What are you saying? Dad made $9.56 an hour laying brick in a 75 3-bedroom apartment, 185 a year a month, no background check. Everything was affordable despite interest. Yeah, and you have thank you, Johnny. See, the thing that bothers me is that you have people sitting out here excusing and making excuses for these billionaires that are fucking them out of a job, out of a living wage. And these are the same people who want all these illegals out the country. Get out of my country. Get out. And these are the same people who say nothing about the people who hire them. They say nothing about the attraction that they are going to get a job from these billionaires. And when they see hundreds of these people leaving companies, they have nothing to say about the people that hire them. There were hundreds of people who were taken out of a meat packing plant in, oh, where is it? Oh, I think it was Iowa. I think it was Iowa. It was one of those in they call that the Midwest, but I don't consider Iowa the Midwest. But I think it was Iowa. Hundreds of people taken out of the plant. And what did they say about the man who hired them? Well, I use E-Verify, and they must have gave me fake IDs, but I E-Verified everybody, so he had no charges, no penalties to do what? To continue to do the same thing that he has always been doing, knowing that he is hiring undocumented immigrants. And you want to get mad at people who know that they are going to come to the United States and get hired, and they are going to get hired for a wage that is below a living wages, but they're going to live together. They're going to pool their money, and and then you get mad at them because they are willing to come over here and work under for low wages. They are willing to work. They are willing to live. It's like 14 of them in this house, but they're all working. And how many people are living in your house that should be out working? But y'all want to think that this is y'all. They have all them babies. I thought y'all love the children. Y'all love the children, and too. They're not white children. I thought y'all loved these children. Okay. They have all these babies. It's all of them living in the house. And then what do? They pool their money together. They save their money. And then one goes out and buy a house. Oh, one of them Hispanics moved into my neighborhood. And then they continue to pool their money together. Another of them buy a house. All of them buy a house. See, y'all hate it when people stick together and progress. And they what do they do when they get in these jobs? They get somebody to start the hiring process in these jobs. And then what happens then? They only hire each other. And now you mad that you can't get a job. But you wasn't looking for a job before. You wasn't looking for a job where all these Hispanics are. But now you want all of them, get them out of the country. You wasn't looking for a job before then. You couldn't see a way before then because you want to be independently unique. You don't want to work together with nobody. You just want to sit down and talk about those who do put in work. The work that you really don't want to do, but you don't say nothing about the people who hire them and making all of the profit by underpaying them. Why do they say that these are jobs that Americans don't want? Because these are jobs that are underpaid, that these undocumented immigrants will work. And they know that are here because nothing is being to the people who are hiring them. And they will continue to have these jobs here available because nothing happens to the people who are hiring them and making billions of dollars by underpaying labor. But y'all don't have nothing to say about these billionaires. Y'all want to make excuses for these people who are head of countries. Well, they gotta leave. They gotta move places that's giving them a tax incentive to move to other places. They gotta make money. But their workers don't. So I guess some of you get what you deserve. Hey, Barry Carey, it's good to see you. I own a construction company, and all of them illegals that them other company workers are a staggering, wait a minute, let me see, a staggering page. I own a construction company, and all them illegals that them other companies work are stagnating the pay scale. Wait a minute. I don't understand. They are paying the illegals less, or are you saying that everybody is on a different pay scale? What do you mean by that? Good question. So will the retards and people on support from the government if we no, it's not a good point. It makes no sense what you just said, Stephen. Can you rewrite that again? And you not call people retards because it shows that you are not that bright yourself. And the people on support from the government if we cut the fraud. Now, you mean the fraud that is going on in your government? You mean the fraud where the government just cut 45, 47 a check for $1.2 billion for his board of peace? Is that the fraud you speak of? I'm just curious. What fraud are you talking about? Are you talking about the fraud where your government just gave 45, 47 Beavis and Butthead kids defense contracts? Is that the fraud you speak of? I'm just curious. Let's talk about be specific when you asking about cutting fraud. Do you support that? Do you support that? Child care fraud. What child care fraud are you speaking? What child care fraud are you speaking of? What Medicare fraud are you speaking of? Are you talking about this child care fraud? That are we back in Minnesota again, talking about child care fraud, where people had already under the Biden administration been caught and prosecuted. Is that this child care fraud that you guys believe? You want to talk about retards? You guys believe somebody who was presented to you by this administration as going to Minnesota and knocking on various doors of places that weren't even child care facilities, telling you that they wouldn't open the door because he came to the door and asked where the kids were? Would you open the door from some young white guy asking about where the kids are? Because he wanted to sign up his child in this school and he had no child to present? Would you be okay if your daycare went to the door and somebody came to the door and said, "Where the kids at?" So, what fraud are you talking about? The fraud that they pulled over your eyes about all of the people who had already been prosecuted and arrested in Minnesota? Is that the fraud you're talking about? The fraud that your administration fed you and you believe because you are so uncurious? Because you have no sense, so you can't make sense out of nonsense? Is that what we're talking about? Bye, Stephen. You don't know, then you shouldn't be. I don't know what. I'm talking about what I'm talking about. As a matter of fact, bye, Stephen. Let's continue to talk about what I'm talking about. Exactly, exactly. Okay, let's continue. Exactly, exactly. You notice how we went back to the lie that was perpetrated in on the uneducated, the love of Trump's life, the uneducated voter. When I was talking about nothing is ever done to these people who hire these undocumented immigrants, which make it a magnet to come to America because they know they will get jobs. They have seen people throughout the decades come to America and come up, but they ain't got nothing to say about that. They don't have nothing to say about toting water for people who told you how bad unions were for you. and you continue to tote the water of the people who told you what that unions were no good for you, and then you wonder what happened to all of those good construction jobs of the 70s that have gone to all of a sudden it's only undocumented immigrants who are working in construction because you bought the lie that the unions they give your union dues to Democrat parties. They give you no union should be able to give your dues to a political party. But you had no complaints when these unions were going to bat for you to make sure you got wage increases, to make sure now in Florida, of all places, Florida, since they only had undocumented workers working in construction in the hot ass city of Florida. What happened because there was no union representation for construction workers in Florida? Since you want to talk about going to different states, what happened was the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, said that they were not allowed to have water breaks if they worked in construction in Florida. Now, this is what your Republican governor poked his head in, the fact that there could be no water breaks for construction workers in Florida. And y'all normalize this. Y'all normalize your ignorance and where your ignorance have gotten you. Johnny, but you cannot dispute that the fact that these immigrants send money back to their country, you are, and the Indian immigrants send monies back to their countries as well. These immigrants that are working, that are being underpaid by these tech billionaires. Let's talk about that. Y'all want to talk about the Hispanic immigrants. Y'all don't want to talk about these immigrants that Elon Musk said that they must have more H-1B visas for. These engineers. These are immigrants too who are being underpaid as immigrants. They don't want to hire American engineers because they know what it would entail to hire an American engineer. But they know that they can get an engineer from a poor Bangladesh or India, and they can pay them $70,000 or $80,000, something that an American engineer would never work for their ass for, and they can set them up. What do? They have taken the Hispanic way of life. You have these tech billionaires. They get these engineers and they set them up in apartments in cities like Seattle, San Francisco. These tech billionaires are setting them up how Mexicans used to set themselves up, living many in a household. But these tech billionaires, these uh, Bezos and Zuckerberg and all of them, they actually pay for their housing. So you don't think that these Indian people are sending money home? Yes, they're sending money home as well. They don't have to pay for their housing. However, they must be. It is frowned upon if they are not always sitting up at these fucking tech companies working. And you're if these tech bosses decide to fire these immigrants, they also lose their visa. So they must go home. So therefore, they must work as expected by these tech billionaires. Elon Musk want to try to pretend like, I rarely sleep. I sleep 2 or 3 hours a night. So what do you think he expect of his immigrants that he holds the key to whether they stay or go? What do you think that he's expecting of his engineers? So we understand that people who use drugs, he admittedly said that he used ketamine. We understand that drug users can stay up for 3-4 days at a time, but I'm wondering if they are drug testing for these engineering jobs that they have. We hear how Elon Musk and Peter Thiel, we hear how they speak. And most of these owners of these corporations, you wonder what type of drugs they are because of the way they speak, the way they can't even explain what their own business is. Like this Sam Altman, you can't even understand what they're talking about. But do you think these engineers that they have beholden to staying in the country under these H-1B visas, that they are being paid between $75,000 and $80,000, and the impact that it will have on the money, this money, the impact it will have on them sending it back to their home, since they are living in America for free? At least the Mexicans was paying fucking rent. No, they're bringing them here to live free. To do what? To dismantle the job of the American citizens. Now, most of the drug tests, that makes no sense. Uh, but the hard drugs come out of your system fast. I'm sure that these people are high in these companies, these tech companies, are not drug testing. Do you think that Elon Musk was drug test as he was set upon our federal government, gave the keys to all the information in our federal government? Do you think he was drug test by anybody in your this administration? I'm just curious. Do you think that ever even happened? Do you think that anybody in Doge was drug test? They won't even tell you if they did a background test on the Doge people. Let's keep it a buck. Because what is expected of one is not expected of the other. Now, I had enough. Let me see. I didn't come here to talk about this today. How about the billionaire companies outsourcing their call centers to India at a fraction of the price? But MAGA is too stupid to realize the workers here are a good thing, unlike outsourcing jobs. And what do I have to say? This is the only thing that I could ever add to that comment. Let me. This is the only thing that I can add to that comment. Say it again. Say it again. Nothing but facts upon facts upon facts. Let me see what else did I miss. I thank you guys for. Uh, we gotta force the effing robots to compensate for moving into our life. Every data center should be paying dividends to we the people. I concur. I concur. I think you mean hell no about the drug test. I think there's another hell no about the drug test. Okay. Taxing the rich has sent jobs overseas. How is that working out for these job overseas? So when a company sends the jobs overseas, what does that tell you about the company? Do you still shop with these companies? Do you still purchase things from these companies? Are these companies selling their wares overseas? So you have to find out where your personal responsibility lies within these companies. You're excusing everything that a person does to not pay taxes. but you don't figure out a way to make it easier for yourself not to have to pay taxes. You are you serious? Are you serious right now? The IRCA law was created by Republican Ronald Reagan. I don't know what the IRCA law. Let me see what that is. Let me see what that is. IRC. No, this is something different. What did you say? The IRCA law. Let me see what that is. The IRCA law. It is a 1986 legalized legalize certain undocumented immigrants and establish employer sanctions to prevent the hiring of unauthorized workers. Um, that would be Ronald Reagan. Reagan first term started in the 80s, so he had two terms. So you are correct. Um, it also known as the Simpson-Manzoli Act was signed into law by President Ronald Reagan on November 6, 1986. It aimed to address illegal immigration in the United States through a combination of legalization programs, employee sanctions, and enhanced enforcement. IRCA provided a path to legal status for undocumented immigrants who had been residing in the U.S. prior to January of 1982 under the Lawful Permanent Residence program. Seasoned agricultural workers who had worked at least 90 days in the year prior to May 1986 were eligible under the SAW program. Approximately 2.7 million people were ultimately legalized through these programs. Employer sanctions. It became illegal for employers to knowingly hire, recruit, or refer for a fee any unauthorized workers. Employers must verify work authorization using documents such as passports, birth certificates, social security cards, or alien documentation and retain records for a specified period. Violations could result in civil penalties, injunctive remedies, or criminal penalties for repeated offenses. Employment verification. They had to verify their eligibility for employment, enforcement. You guys can check that out. Now, the thing that I wanted to touch on about this as well, the thing that I wanted to touch on this as well. What was it? It just. Hmm, I apologize. It has just slipped my mind. I was thinking about it, and it slipped my mind just that quickly. What was it? I apologize. I gotta move on. Don't talk to me about what I am. Did I tell you I was black or a Democrat? It's the question. Did I tell you that I was a Democrat? So how are you telling me what I am? Is the question. Who told you I was a black Democrat? Who told you that? Who told you that? We need to start voting these people into office. Us black need to understand that the Democrat Party started in with the KKK. Okay, and we have to also understand that the Republican Party started out as the Democrat Party. So what are you what are you saying? We should vote Republican now? Because the Republican Party at the time where the Democrat Party, what you want to say is the KKK, they were the more progressive party. So are you saying since the Democrat Party was the KKK party way back in the day, now we should support the Republican Party? because that makes absolutely no sense what you're trying to conflate. Why would you conflate what the Democratic Party was? And so we now we should vote for Republican, which is showing that they are the current day party of what the Democrat Party used to be. So we should vote for them now. That they are showing the same things that you want to say the Democrat showed way back in the day. What's your point? We need to stop voting people into office that don't support America and American interests. We need to support. We need to vote out all of these people. I don't care what party they're in. If they're not supporting American interests, American worker, American businesses, we need to get them out of here. We need to get them all out of here. And to talk about one party that is worse than the other party, we need to vote these people out on an individual basis. They're moving to China and Mexico because they're taxless, thus costing American jobs. I don't buy that. They're move. Who is they? Uh, let's be specific. One thing at a time. Who is they? Who's moving to China and Mexico? Because that that NAFTA agreement, that was a bad agreement in my opinion that Bill Clinton made, and the substantive agreement that Donald Trump made to get rid of NAFTA, that was a worse agreement, and he did not even follow his own agreement. So let's be clear that NAFTA is over. So saying that they are taking jobs to China because of the NAFTA agreement, that's a non issue because NAFTA is gone. During Because Clinton signed NAFTA, that is why we lost a lot of manufacturing jobs. But what are you saying about the jobs that AI is about to take away? See, continue to talk about the past. There is no more manufacturing sector in the United States. Let's go from where we are now. Let's go from what jobs that are in the United States. Let's go from the jobs in the United States that these billionaires are saying that they are going to take away from the American workers. We can continue to go back and to what was the problem. Let's start right here today. What is the problem today? The problem today is that nobody is saying anything about these billionaires saying that AI is about to take over the white collar work job market. They are saying that they are about to strip away between 50 and 60% of the white collar workers. What say you about that? Let's bring this to the forefront of what we're facing now, because what we faced then, nobody wanted to fight, and I do understand that it is obvious that a lot of people who these things affect, y'all don't want to fight now. Y'all don't want to fight now. You don't want to even fight for your white collar job. Y'all sitting around jaw jerking about what happened then, what happened this, and what happened that. You have no solutions, and as you continue to shop at Amazon for what is happening in the current. And this AI shit that they have developed is failing. But they still talk. The guy from Oracle, he announced in one day that he was firing 30,000 workers. Now, you must also understand that the guy from Oracle is one of the richest a person in the world who is buying up all of TikTok, all of your this Time Warner merger, Ellison, and he is buying up all of your media. So he whatever he wants you to know as an American is being filtered through all of his bought media, buying up the media. What autocrats do in country when they don't want you to know the real information. So they buy up the media, and they are the only story that is told. The reason why Pete Hegseth threw out the real media from the Pentagon, because they don't want the real story being put out. The reason why Pete Hegseth, when someone asks him a real question from CNN, what media are you with? I'm with CNN. I can't wait till Larry Ellison buys up CNN. Why can't Pete Kegbreath wait until Larry Ellison buy out CNN? Because you will not get the actual factual news. You will get the filter of what they want to tell you. These billionaires. So let's keep it a buck. You need to worry about what is actually in front of you right now. Now, all of this AI. Now, Ellison went out, I think it was last week I reported this to you, sometime last week, that he gave a 6 a.m. email to 30,000 employees and said, we're cutting your job. And as of today, you no longer work here. A 6 a.m. email to 30,000 people. Why? Because not because he couldn't afford to pay him, not because he didn't need them in their position, because he wanted to donate more of his interest and his money to AI. But y'all don't see no problem with that. How many corporations? How many of these software corporations have you heard have been firing thousands of people, tens of thousands of people? And y'all think it's because, they pay too much taxes. They got to go somewhere where they pay less taxes. Elon Musk had just made $800 billion. And his companies paid zero taxes in the United States. Elon Musk got a tax break from Greg Abbott to build that whole town in Texas. Brownsville, Texas. He got a tax break from Greg Abbott. But when do the working American get a tax break? No tax on tips. No tax on tips. No tax on tips is up to $25,000. And let's talk about no tax on tips. Up to $25,000 worth of tips you don't get taxed on. So if you work somewhere wherever this may be, where you get over $25,000 in tips, you have to start paying tax on tips. So all of this no tax on tip shit is a bunch, is smoke and mirrors. And all of this no tax on tip shit, it only lasts for 2 years. It's not permanent. It's not permanent like the tax cut these billionaires just got made permanent in this big busted bill. No, the no tax on tip shit is fucking for 2 years. Is anybody touting that out to you? This no tax on Social Security. No, they have given you deductions. It's not like no tax on Social Security. They have given certain deductions on Social Security, but they are presented to you as no tax on Social Security. It's what are they, bait and switch? This is what this is. RonyiQ into the uneducated MAGA cult, evangelical white nationalist supporters, and and protectors answer why they support this anti-Christian felon essay abuser. Oh, no tax on tip made me pay 5 times more than I did last year, and I made the same amount as I did last year. Wow. Did you hear about him sending his goon after a man who was posting anti-ICE memes? Yes. And the man spent, I believe it was 4 months in jail. Yes. Bye-bye freedom of speech. He's making it more a red China, and you're letting him do it. I concur. The Trump Epstein's protectors are trying to get your get you to answer empty questions, will not address Trump being a pedo, a felon, a grifter, a con man, a SAer. Exactly. They want to have you answer all of this stuff as they because they're dumb. They think you're dumb. They want to talk about what the Dems were in the 1800s. Okay, look at this. Would you look at this? AI is has been AI has actually not created anything. I mean, you can do some pictures. You remember the first report, the first federal report that uh, Kennedy tried to put in as the head of the Department of Homeland Security. He did his markup of his report to Congress in AI. He had an AI generated report. A whole lazy bastard who is trying to use AI to do his work. AI had links to links that did not work. It had information that they had to highlight that was misrepresenting the test and the results of tests that Kennedy put in. It was AI slop. Let's be clear. You can get some. You can ask AI a question, and AI will give you an answer based upon your prompts. But AI, based upon your prompts, could be giving you the wrong answer, which means that AI is very fallible. People think that every answer that they get out of AI, oh, if I got it from AI know what it's talking about. A lot of this bullshit on AI is actually wrong. Now, who's saying that? RonyiQ's not the only one saying that. Steve Altman and all of these people who were about to introduce all of these different programs in AI, and then they had to stop, and then they had to push back the dates on when they uh, are going to push out some of this AI, all of this fabulous stuff that they told you that would be pushed out soon. You notice how a lot of this stuff has been backed up. These opening dates have grand opening, grand closing on some of these opening dates that have been projected about AI from these people who want to sell you AI, from these people who stole all of your information via Doge, who is these Doge boys who are one was bold enough to say he went to his new job and he's going to give this information to his new employer. The information about you, the private information about you and your life that you did not agree to give to anyone, that was stored in your federal government. You have an asshole who is out here blatantly telling his blatantly telling people that he is going to sell the information that he got out of. I think this guy worked in Social Security. He's going to sell this information. So let that sink in. Okay, I've had enough of talking about all of this. So yeah, as is Trump, as is Trump, but Trump isn't. Okay, and for this disrespectful name and picture, if you would like to chat in my chat, you are going to have to change that name and that picture because this is what we don't do over here. Sorry. Hit the like button on your way out. Let's get into the actual content of what I do want to share with you today. Shall we? Hold on one second. Let's get into Pam. Are we going to get into Pam Bimbo first? I may be able to quickly tell you. I may be able to quickly tell you about. I may be able to quickly tell you about J.D. Vance first. Let's get into J.D. Vance being heckled at the turning point. Now, well, I didn't tell you about J.D. Vance and the builders. They were the ones who went over to negotiate the ceasefire deal with the war that we are in, the Iran America war. But who? There were also some peace negotiation talks that went on yesterday. Are you aware of those negotiation talks that went on yesterday and who was in charge of those negotiation talks on yesterday? None other than your Secretary of State was involved, who flew over. Your Secretary of State flew over for negotiations. You know, the same Secretary of State that did not fly over for the negotiation when America was negotiating to ceasefire with Iran. Your Secretary of State had no inkling, had no intention, was sitting shit-faced looking at a MMA fight. That Secretary of State got up off his ass to do some negotiating yesterday. From whom? About whom? About the ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel. This is who they actually sent a representative from your State Department to talk about a ceasefire. They didn't choose to send someone from your State Department. They sent three Larry, Curly, and Moe to negotiate for the ceasefire with America. But with Israel, they sent the actual representative from the Department of State. What does that tell you about the seriousness or lack thereof? Hey, detach myself, good to see you. Or the lack thereof that this administration is taking this war. So if you are unaware of that, I just wanted to make you aware of that. Marco Rubio was sent out to negotiate peace between Israel and Lebanon. Let that sink in. And we had J.D. Vance, Jared Kushner, and Steve Witkoff, none of which have any diplomatic experience negotiating the ceasefire between your country and Iran. Let that sink in. That tells you who is running what where. Now let me share a couple of the videos that I wanted to talk about that I captured. Let's talk about some of these videos. Here we go. Where are we going to start? We're going to start from the beginning. Some of the things I wanted to talk to you about. Here we go. Let's start. I think this is a good place to start.
President posting a picture of himself as Jesus. He later said that he posted it as thinking as a doctor saving people.
I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And only the fake news could come up with that.
Now, you did hear him said that they support the Red Cross. He thought it was him as a doctor working for the Red Cross. The Red Cross that they do support. Is that true? Is that true? Let's see. Let's see. Let's get into the support of the Red Cross under this administration. Let me turn that off and I will share this with you. Um, we will take this one by one, shall we? Red Cross to shed nearly 3,000 jobs. Scale back budget amid donor fatigue. Is that Sharon? Yes, that's a Sharon. Um, because what is that dude name? Because we care about the Red Cross. What is that dude name from Miami, the rapper? Whatever his name, cares about the children, the one with lupus. I forget his name. Uh, ICR faces financial crisis, cuts 2,900 jobs, donor focus shift to defiance, in impacting aid budgets. IRC priorities conflict zones like Sudan, Ukraine, and Gaza. Geneva. The internal committee of the Red Cross will reduce its 2026 budget by nearly a fifth, 1.8 billion in six in Swiss francs, that would be 2.2 billion, and cut 2,900 jobs. It said in a statement on Friday, as its top donor, the United States and other pair back support. Because I care about the first aid. Not I care about the Red Cross. But if you care about the Red Cross, why have you cut your donations to the Red Cross? Did y'all know he wants to sit up and say he cares about the Red Cross, and the Red Cross had to cut jobs and their budget spending because they have received less money in this administration from the Red Cross, for the Red Cross. This will be in my description box. You can go read the rest of the article. It is in the description box under Red Cross. Under cuts. I'm going to put it under cuts. Very simple. Okay, here we go. If you didn't know that you were listening to a bunch of garbage, you were listening to a bunch of garbage. Let's go back to the video of lies. Now, there's no reason to even talk about the silliness of him showing up in this Jesus picture. I talked about that on Monday as it was happening. He got quite a bit of backlash behind that. I don't smoke pot, sweetheart. I don't smoke pot. You can't even talk. I smoke no pot. I don't do drugs. Maybe you do drugs. Okay, let's continue.
The president posting a picture of himself as Jesus. He later said that he posted it as thinking as a doctor saving people.
I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And only the fake news could come up with that one.
So it's the fault of the media. The media did it to him. So let's continue. There's more to what he had to say. Of course, there are more lies that he actually decided to let come out of his mouth. Shall we listen to the lies? Let me share some more of the lies that he told. Here we go. Let me start right here.
Saying Donald.
Let me start right here. Here we go.
He later said that he posted it as thinking as a doctor saving people.
I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And Only the fake news could come up with that one.
But it really caused a kerfuffle, Mr. Vice President. I'm just wondering what you make of all of this and whether it's what you think of this back and forth with the church.
Well, first of all, Brett, I think the president was posting.
Now, understand that this man right here, this tool right here, is reported to be a new Catholic. He's even going to send out a book about how his conversion in Catholicism happened. And he's going to tell you the joys and the perks of being a new Catholic. Now, watch him absolutely make excuses and not respect his alleged Catholicism in this in what he has to say about this stunt junkie Donald Trump.
A joke, and of course he took it down because he recognized that a lot of people weren't understanding his humor in that case.
He put it up as a joke. What was the joke? What then would have been the joke about it? And he took it down because you guys didn't understand his humor. I thought he said that the media was the one who did it. But now it's not the media. It's the media first. And now it's you guys didn't understand his humor. But exactly what was the joke? Was the joke that he had portrayed himself as Jesus? Was the joke that he was sitting up praying over someone that many have said looked like Jeffrey Epstein, and then other people have tried to take it on as if it was their independent assertion that was Jeffrey Epstein, and not give the credit to who actually said it first. Just simple facts. Trying to take on other people's material as your own. Some people are very proficient in doing that type of stuff. But I digress. So now he said that it was a joke, and you people didn't understand it, so he took it down. What was the joke though? No, I sound like an educated woman, and you sound like you're mad because I'm giving facts. That angry black woman does nothing for me, gives me no emotion. But what you saying about me sounding angry makes me believe that you think that you have some right and are able to emote something in me because I am educated and you're a fool and you're mad I'm giving you facts. That's all it emotes in me. Let's continue.
I think the President of the United States likes to mix it up on social media, and I actually think that's one of the good things about this president.
I think he likes to mix it up, and that's one of the good things about nothing about it being blasphemous. Nothing at all. And he's going to be pitching his book about his religion soon. Let's continue. These fake Christians.
That he's not filtered. He doesn't send everything through a communications professional. He actually reaches out directly to the people.
Well, maybe he should be filtered. Maybe he should stop sending things out through the people. If you want to see more reporting on this, go over to the Midas Touch Network. I give you information and I let you know where to find it. I do not act as I am independent finding information. That is my whole reason for being here, is to share with you where you can hear news that you may not hear on the for-profit media. Now, so let me give you the link to the Midas Touch Network. Let me give you the link to this network and go over there and check out the Midas Touch Network. Now, I'm going to drop this link in the chat. It will be number 2 in my description box. We are not trying to pretend like we have recreated the wheel on this channel. We are just trying to give you facts and to direct you to where you can find more facts. Okay. Now, the Red Cross story was number 1 in my description box. the Midas Touch Network is number 2 in my description box. Let's go on to a couple of more things that I want to uh, share with you on today. Hold on. I don't know why that did that. Hold on one second. And please be sure to shop some of the things that I have pinned to make sure that you have access to power in the times that are coming up for us as Americans. I don't want you to find yourself in a hard place because our country is not forewarning us the same way other countries are forewarning their citizens about the hard time that is ahead of us. I want you to really understand that your government is not giving you information that is going to keep you safe. I want you to understand that now is the time for you to prepare for this thing that they are calling the New World Order. I want you to understand that what has been set off by this tyrant is the fact that you will not be able to go back to the way things used to be. I want you to understand.
Over half of my income.
I want you to understand that this president has set off something that is going to be long lasting in our government. I want you to understand that your president has diminished the United States as a superpower, as your president has given Iran the opportunity to advance in their powers across the world and diminish our own power. So, let's get into this no tax on tips or no tax on grifts. Which one is it? No tax on tips or no tax on grifts? Because this bitch right here is a straight up grifter. Now, she comes with her hairspray down hair to the White House. She shows up at the White House with DoorDash. Now, understand, this woman says that she is from Arkansas. So are we to believe that a woman who works for DoorDash in Arkansas came to the White House? Yeah, we're to believe that. Okay, yeah, okay. Let's suspend our animation. Even 4547 said, "Oh, this doesn't look like it's set up, does it?" Yeah, it did look like it was set up. But the thing about this is, you guys didn't realize that setup, that lie that you guys decided to tell, only gave people pause. And what you thought you were presenting, no one saw the farce that you thought you were presenting. So this woman said, let me let you hear what she has to say, how no tax on tips has saved her, and therefore she is able to help pay down the cancer treatments of her husband. Of any of you who don't understand how expensive cancer treatments are, this is what this woman was presenting, that it made it easier for her to pay down cancer treatments of her husband. But the thing is, what it presented was this grandmother of 10 children who husband who has cancer. Now, what did your president do? He said, I heard you voted for me. Did you vote for me? She wouldn't say. What do you think about men and women sports? Oh, I don't want to say. Now, this woman sitting up in here in her DoorDash uh, uh, shirt, representing a company. She at least she was smart enough to know I ain't gonna lose my job at DoorDash and have all of them trans people and gay people calling DoorDash for me to lose my job. I'm old as a motherfucker and I still gotta work at DoorDash. I can't afford to lose my job at DoorDash. But see, the ironic part about all of this shit that they presented to you on yesterday, why does she have to work at DoorDash? Why is this a bald mouth bitch sitting up here talking to President about, oh, I want to thank you. I didn't have to pay, I was able to pay on my husband health bills. Now, she said that her tips made up half of her wages last year. Understand, the bill was signed in on July 4th. That's when the bill passed on July 4th. I'll put it that way. The big bloated bill that the no tax on tip was signed July 4th. Okay, so when was the next opportunity for this woman to file taxes and understand how much she had saved in taxes? It would be sometime in January. That's when she would have learned that she did not have to pay taxes. That's when the tax relief would have hit her when she filed her taxes. Now, let's understand that they are presenting this. What did your president tell you as he met with this woman? Oh, I bet that $11,000. I bet you could have used that $11,000. No tax on tips and the importance of the $11,000. She says she made $11,000 in tips, which means that she would have been taxed on $11,000. But your president presented it as if because she would not be taxed on $11,000, she had earned $11,000. No, motherfucker. She said the $11,000 was half of what she made, and she made $22,000. And $11,000 was half of her earnings for last year. So this is a dirt poor woman who wants us to believe that she made as much as tip as she made in wages, which would be $11,000 each. Now you talk about, oh, I bet that you can really use that $11,000. Those were tips. You didn't give her nothing. These were tips that she did not have to pay taxes on. Let's get that first. Let's first get that straight. He acting like he gave her. No, the customers gave her tips of $11,000, of which she don't have to pay tips on. So let's put that bullshit aside. And he act like he had done something so great. I bet you can use that $11,000, huh? Yeah, I can pay down. We have gone through our savings. Oh, so nothing is said about the fact that she had gone through her savings. Nothing was said about the fact that she had to go through her savings. Nothing was said about the fact that she had to go through her savings to pay medical bills. See, that's what they presented to you. This same administration that is kicking poor people off of Medicaid, but nobody noticed the what they actually were presenting to you. At no point did your president say, why you have to pay so much? Why did you? He didn't give a fuck. He didn't give a fuck. He talking about $11,000 as if this is something he gave to her. The only thing he gave to her was not having to pay taxes on $11,000. How much taxes would she approximately had to pay on that $11,000? Between $1,000 and $1,500. She saved and she didn't save that last year. So she said that it went to pay for her husband's cancer treatment. That's a lie, because she didn't get the benefit of not having to pay that $1,000 or $11,000 or $1,500 taxes until she filed her taxes this year. So the bitch sat up there and lied to your face and said she used some savings that she didn't even put on her tax form until next year. She used that to pay for her husband cancer treatment. So the bitch is willing to lie. The bitch is willing to make up stories to make you feel like she has saved so much money for voting for this president. A fucking lying ass, grifting ass bitch. So let's keep it a buck. Now your president also was not curious about how come he didn't have any insurance. Usually people who hear that they had to pay so much out of pocket, what do people usually say? Well, you can't get on Medicaid to help you pay for some of that. Your insurance wouldn't cover that. Usually, people are curious as why a person who's living in Arkansas, no less, is having to pay medical bills to an oncologist for cancer treatment out of their pocket. Usually there's some curiosity because people want to direct you to a place where you may be able, if you don't have insurance, maybe you can get on Medicare, Medicaid. No, not this uncurious president, because he know that he's throwing people off of Medicare and Medicaid. He know he's throwing people off. He don't give a fuck about why you got to pay out of pocket. He understands that the number of people under what she didn't want to talk about that happened under this big beautiful bill, while she talking about saving $1,000 that she don't have to pay on the $11,000 tips that she got. What that bitch didn't want to talk about is the number of people who are being thrown off of their Medicaid and will have to pay for any treatments, medication that they get out of pocket, like her silly ass. But she ain't want to talk about that being in the big beautiful bill. And she tells us that she has drained her life savings to pay medical bills because she's a stupid bitch. And she thinks you're stupid. And your stupid president think that you're stupid as well. And you're going to buy this bullshit. This is what these people sat up there and presented to you. And now let's listen to this bitch, him and Haw, about the lie that they presented to you.
From last year.
I mean,
So
that's a life changer.
yes, it is. It is. And when, like I said, when you're dealing with someone that has gone through cancer and,
When you're dealing with someone who's gone through, what does it mean when you say gone through? If I gone through it, I'm no longer in it. So we understand that her husband is no longer dealing with cancer. That your president decided to disclose that her husband had cancer because that little freak show that he did outside of the Oval Office was going so badly that he decided to give personal details about her husband. He's going through. He has gone through. He is no longer going through. That's what we hear her say right here. But that ain't what your president. Your president lied to you.
you love them, you don't want to lose them, so you do everything that you can. And, you go through your life savings, but this no tax on tips and the help from DoorDash is life changing.
You go through your savings. There's no tax on tip. The help from DoorDash. What help did DoorDash give her? What help did they print up that DoorDash grandma shirt, or do she wear that on her regular DoorDashing through Alabama? Did they give you that little hairspray hairstyle? What help did DoorDash give you? Well, they just gave you a job to be a grandmother. Let's understand what we're being presented with here with. A grandmother of 10 children whose husband has cancer, who cannot sit at home because she has to DoorDash. She has to do gig work to allegedly pay for the cancer treatment of her husband. She cannot sit there and be a provider for her husband, who many people who are sick after they go through their cancer treatment, be it radiation or chemotherapy. No, she can't sit there and be by his side to catch him when he's woozy, to do all the things that a caregiver. She cannot be a caregiver for her husband because she got to be out in the street slinging meals for motherfuckers who don't want to get up and go get their own food. So she got to be out there slinging meals. And on top of that, what your president did for this silly ass bitch, he has increased the gas prices that she has to go and pay to be out here slinging food. So all of that takes out of her pay that she gets for slinging food and not being able to be a caregiver for her husband. That's what was presented to you on yesterday. The gas prices have tripled since the start of this war. The actual per barrel gas price has tripled. And this silly bitch is out here talking about what Trump did for her. And she had to pay out of pocket for cancer treatment. That's what they presented to the world. I got to pay out of pocket for cancer treatment. I'm a grandmama. I can't be at my husband's side to be a caregiver for him because I got a sling motherfucking DoorDash meal and this motherfucker then tripled the price of gas. That's what they presented to you yesterday. A concept of a retirement plan, a concept of a medical and a retirement plan. This is what was presented to you on yesterday. Jolyn is stupid. Jolyn, you may want to rewind this. I ain't got time to explain what I've already explained. Oh, and you guys may not have not have caught this little catchy little thing that maybe this is what DoorDash did for this old silly bitty. Let's get into this. This is what they showed you. Okay, let's get into what this biddy was willing to sell her soul out for. Now, understand that this woman has been selling her soul out to the Republican Party for quite a few years. Is this the one? Let me.
So, how much does this no tax on tips mean to you? I mean, I don't know what the structure of payment is there at DoorDash, how much you get in salary per delivery, and then how much of your income is tips. Can you kind of break it down to us and tell us what this no tax on tips really means for you?
Well, what this really means for me is, as they said last year, my husband, he was diagnosed with stage 3 cancer. Sorry. During that time, I was able to take some time and take him to his appointments and, be there with him. But as going through treatment, even with insurance, you kind of break the bank. And, we pretty much went through our savings. And so when I found out about the no tax on tips, I was like, this is incredible because this, it's not going to replace my life savings, but it's going to help certainly with future doctor's appointments and future things that, we have going on.
Sure. How much go ahead. Sorry.
It means a lot.
Okay. And then we learned that they shipped her around.
Okay, are we clear? Are we clear that she said absolutely no money? Very Gary, did I say hey this morning? If I didn't. Hello to everyone who came in. To everyone that came in, please hit the like button. Please hit the like button. I didn't see Harris. Bye, Harris. Whoever Harris is, show the receipts, RonyiQ. Jolene, shut your mouth. If you are MAGA, the woman are to be seen. Shut up. Jolene is special. She's one of the special children. But we're going to continue on. Let's continue on. Let's If y'all did not know, this woman has been shipped around. And what I found is strange is that she said, she was driving her husband to his treatments and all of this. And then they went through their savings. And then what happened? When they went through their savings, she had to get a job. And that tells you that job took away from the time that she had to tend to her sick husband, because they went through their savings and now she's out here slinging DoorDash meals because people don't want to get up off their ass and get the what they need from the store. So this old bitch out here slinging DoorDash, and she wants to tell you how good she's got it. Okay. How good could she have really had it? She may have had it pretty good. I think is it here? Hmm, it could be here. Is it here? Let me see. No, it must be here. Oh, oh, please don't tell me I don't have it. I may have it. Let's see if it's here. If y'all didn't see the commercial that this woman did, but
Used
before
her as one of their witnesses regarding no tax on tips. This was
But before we get to her commercial that she did for no tax on tips and for the White House delivery, I want you to understand that this woman has been like a a cheap whore going around and putting her face out on in full display about this no tax on tips thing. If you are unaware, this woman showed up in Nevada and was telling the same story about how this no tax on tips would save her money, about this big beautiful bill, but at no point did she have anything to say about the insufficiencies of insurance and health care. She had nothing to say about there should be more money put into health care so people like me can take care of their loved ones. There should be something in this big bloated bill where people like me shouldn't have to come out of pocket to pay for these astronomical treatments, these medical bills. I should not have to sell everything to pay for medical bills and have worked all my life, save money, and be destitute. No, the bitch did never say that. Isn't that strange? Now, if you had the access and the opportunity to actually meet the president, the person who makes policy, this president makes all policy, and you wouldn't tell him that people shouldn't have to sell everything, go into debt behind medical bills, that wouldn't come to you. That wouldn't come to you, but I guess it wouldn't come to you if you are trying to perpetrate a fraud that this president gave you $11,000 and all the great savings that you are going to save on tips, approximately $1,000 to $1,500 you're going to save on tips. But here's the good part. If the bitch only make $22,000, she don't have to pay taxes anyway. If the bitch makes only $22,000, she said her tips are half of what she makes a year. So if that's half, what's the other half? That would be another $11,000, $22,000. People who make that little money, working poor, usually don't have a tax bill in the first place. So what is she saving? What do they have this bitch? They presenting this woman out here. What is she saving? But they didn't tell you that. They wanted to pump up a false figure of $11,000 saving when it was $11,000 of tips, half of what she made, which would make her making a $22,000. But at no point did this stupid bitch tell you take the opportunity to tell the president, people who've worked there all their lives and have to take care of a loved one with a terminal illness should not have to leave their loved one and go out and slang DoorDash, work gig job to pay medical bills. She ain't never said that. But what did she say when she was in Arizona, telling her story about this big beauty? What did she say then? Let's see what she says when she has the opportunity. Let's see what she says.
Used her as one of their witnesses regarding no tax on tips. This was done in used her as one of their witnesses regarding no tax on tips. This was done on July 28th, 2025. Play this clip.
Simmons, thank you for appearing today. You gave heartfelt testimony. If you can, and you don't know what you don't know, but from your perspective, what do you think this bill is ultimately going to mean for you and the savings that you're going to have?
Well, again, I believe that it's going to free up some stuff for me. It means that I'm going to be able to stay more connected with my family in Missouri. It's going to help with any future treatments. God forbid that he has to have more treatments, but it will help more with that. It is truly, DoorDash is truly a independent, industry. And I enjoy that part of it. I like being able to, just do what I need to do. And freeing up this extra money means quite a bit to my family.
Freeing up this extra money that she will not be paying taxes on because she is below the poverty line and thus will not owe, most likely will not owe federal taxes. Okay, but let's continue with the bullshit.
Ms. Simmons, do you consider yourself to be wealthy or well-connected?
Not at all.
And
okay, so let's move forward. I think I am making the points that I want you to observe as people are buying into the bullshit that this president is sitting a grandmother out in front of you and telling you how good she is doing. This is what your president is doing, as he has made sure that anyone who is doing jobs like this grandma have to pay more and
here's what we did. Yes, Donald Trump said.
Are actually going to be making less because they are going to have to pay more in gas for these little gig jobs that they have. So let me share this with you as well. Let me share the commercial with you. We must go to the commercial break. That they want you to believe this is whole. Now they talk about propaganda. People want to talk about propaganda. Let's talk about the propaganda that they were willing to make a little mini commercial about this dumb shit. I think
amount of money to save your husband's life or kill.
I think it could be right here. Let me, I think it's somewhere. Here we go. Let's get into how much they were willing to use this for.
This clip. Then I talked.
So y'all didn't see the DoorDash granny commercial?
Saving that amount of money to.
Huh? Y'all didn't see the DoorDash granny commercial that they actually had the audacity to put out? Do not come in my chat being disrespectful. Hit the like button on your way out. Do not come in my chat cursing and being disrespectful. Period. If you don't understand who I'm talking about, sit quiet until you find out who I'm talking about. Or you can take the other option that since no one has you locked and chained in this chat, you can leave. But do not be disrespectful in my chat. Please go over to my description box. You will be able to find the Midas Touch. It is in my description box. I hope you go over there and visit the Midas Touch because they have a lot of good information. So let's move forward. There there are a couple of more things that I will present with you that I wanted to talk about today. I did too, Terry. Carrie. I deleted it as well. Like, get out of here. Like, nobody is holding you here. If you can't take the facts that are being said, move forward. Now, there is one more video I wanted to
Here's
share.
what we did. Yes, Donald Trump said that we were going to do this blockade of all of.
Now, this is about the blockade. If you are unaware that most of the people, the few people who are still high ranking in the military, said we are absolutely not going to do a total blockade. We are going to let the Iranian, whoever the Iranians let through, and that has actually meant that some actual sanctioned ships from China go through. Now, understand that what the people would experience, unlike Keg Breath, who's over the Department of Defense, don't understand, what your president doesn't understand, what your vice president doesn't understand, if that we blockade, if a ship goes to Iran and leave their port to leave the Strait of Hormuz, if the United States military tried to blockade that ship that has been released to go through the Straits of Hormuz, we are going to start big trouble for the USA with China. Now, we understand that the USA think that they can go around and do whatever, like they are colonizers of the world, like this is America of the old and of England of the old, where we can go around and colonize other sovereign nations. But it's not going to work out too well for America. So thank God the few white generals and admirals that have not been fired for wokeness, for being woke, for wokeness, are butting up against unlawful orders. There have been a lot of calls that have been going in to the ranking investigators of unlawful orders, and there have been a lot of military personnel inquiring about not taking unlawful orders. Additionally, there have been a lot of military personnel uh, who have refused to re-sign into the military, whose terms have ended during all of this chaos and confusion, and they have stepped away from rejoining the military. There are also people in the military. It is being reported that are just not taking in fulfilling any contracts. Some people like to run their mouth about they work for a contract and they do what Jasmine Guy in Jasmine Guy did in, what is that name of that movie? That Eddie Murphy movie. What do you do for Mr. Calhoun? Whatever is required. There are some people who will just shut their mouth and do what is ever required, regardless of how it affects this nation. So there are some people who are refusing in the military, who are refusing to take unlawful orders, to fulfill contracts, who will not blockade totally the Hormuz Straits, while your president is saying at one time he's telling you that no ships have gone through the Hormuz Strait. We have totally blocked off the Hormuz Strait. And then, okay, your president is 34 ships went through the Strait of Hormuz yesterday, which is by far the highest number since this foolish closure began. President Donald J. Trump, But this is the same President Donald J. Trump who said that he was not going to let his whole point of putting our warships there was to not even let the ships that Iran approved and they're free. If they're the friends of Iran, they're not going through. Now he tells you 34 ships. So what that means that your president is telling you, he's going to do a total blockade and at the same time telling you 34 ships with. So what is he telling you? He's telling you, I once again have proven to be a failure. So what does this one say? Just in, sanctioned Chinese linked tanker crosses Strait of Hormuz despite U.S. naval blockade. This is they told you that there were going to be a total U.S. Navy blockade over the Strait of Hormuz, and then a sanctioned Chinese tanker has gone through. And then your stupid president comes and tells you 34 ships have, and now they're talking about between 4 and 7 ships have gone through, but these are all the ships that Iran said that could go through. What is this one? Blocking Hormuz, which is not blocked to help the global economy. Another art of the deal masterstroke. The worst gamblers don't know when to leave a losing table. That is from someone, a Iranian. I think it's an Iranian news guy. He says, clutching at straws, blocking Hormuz, which is not blocked to help the global economy. Now he said that Iran was hostage taking the Strait of Hormuz. And he was not going to allow them to hostage take the Strait of Hormuz. And then you have J.D. Vance who's going to come out and tell you that Iran was acting like terrorists in the Strait of Hormuz. And so therefore, by blocking it off. So therefore, President Trump decided, well, two can play that game. Well, two can play that game of what? Being terrorists at the Strait of Hormuz. And your president said two can play that game. And we're going to do a full blockade. Now you're telling us that the blockade that Iran is doing is a terrorist blockade. But they are allowing a few ships through. But your president said, well, two can play that game. What game will we be playing? Your president is admitting that he can be a terrorist as well. Is that what he's admitting? Well, that's what J.D. Vance said. He said your president said two can play that terrorist game of blocking the Strait of Hormuz. Would you listen to the babble that comes out of this administration, the bullshit and the babble that comes out of this administration constantly? Let's get into it. The Midas Touch is number 2 in my description box. Oh, go over there and check this out.
The Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf, but here's what we really meant. It's just going to relate to Iranian ports. Here, play this clip.
Well, let's start with a little bit of confusion over what the intent is here. What we heard from President Trump initially was a full and complete blockade, a shutdown, if you will, of the Strait of Hormuz. What has now developed and what we're hearing from Central Command, Admiral Brad Cooper, the commander, is more nuanced and I think the right answer, which is to blockade the Iranian ports. That's an important distinction. So let's assume it's the latter. How do you do that? You need 1 or 2 aircraft carriers in the region to put up air cover. You need a dozen surface combatants, Kate, so cruisers, frigates, destroyers, to actually station themselves off the Iranian ports. You need a couple of dozen small, fast patrol craft. The Emirates and the Saudis have these kind of craft, corvettes, patrol boats. And then you're going to need land-based air to maintain air superiority. So this will be a huge and resource-intensive effort.
And the thing is that
you understand that all of the effort that is needed. Now, he told you straight up that the military is doing what they want to do. They're not doing this full blockade like 45, 47 said that there was going to be a full blockade. There's a partial blockade. And they were going to blockade ships that were coming in from the Strait of they were going to blockade ships that were coming directly from Iran. Here are the American ships and their alleged blockade of the Strait. But what we do understand, they're not blocking ships that are coming from Iran. Who is this from who is this post from? This post is from the BRICS: British, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. That's who the BRICS are. That's who is about to fuck up this whole world order. We understand that OPEC has one price for oil. OPEC sets the price for oil, while 45, 47 is talking about how many barrels that we have, and but what your president is not telling you is how long any of this oil is going to last. Your president is not telling you because we have so many barrels of reserve oil that it's going to lower the price, because it's not going to lower the price, because the price of oil is always set by OPEC. And so if we are not getting oil from the Middle East, we are still going to be paying the prices of the oil blockaded in the Middle East, because that's where the prices are set. And do you think that your president is going to do something to lower the prices so his billionaire buddies get shorted on a motherfucking grift of the American people? Do you think that your president will stop the rich from getting richer off the backs of the average American worker? No, he won't. He will do nothing. We saw him bring in people from different banks after he announced that he was suspending those tariffs that had the stock market crashing. And we saw him bring these bankers into the White House and tell you how much money. Well, he told them, patting them on the back, I heard you made $2 billion. I heard you made $197 million. We heard him pat these people on the back about the amount of money that they had earned because of his back and forth, up and down, I am and I am not, about the tariffs. So what do you think he's going to do for the oil companies? You think that he's going to go against the OPEC set prices to relieve you? Do you think that these reserves that the United States have are going to last you forever? They're talking about these reserves may last to the end of May. These reserves. Now, all of a sudden, 45, 47, who was, I guess, reality is setting in. So tomorrow, it is being reported that there will be more talks with Iran. Now, they were initially going to try to set up the talks. I can't remember. Someone else. But it appears that they will be going back to Istanbul, Pakistan, to resume the ceasefire talks. And I'm not sure as of right now who they are sending to do these ceasefire talks. We understand that he sent an inadequate representation, a bunch of dummies, a bunch of self-serving, self-dealing people to do these peace talks. We also understand that while he's saying that Iran were being terrorists by closing off the Strait of Hormuz, he has said out loud on television, he said that maybe America and Iran will run the straits together and split the money. So if Iran is being terrorist, when he found out that Iran was going to charge a tariff for going through the strait to do what? For reparations of all of the stuff that was torn down in this war. So we wouldn't have to pay reparations out of actual cash dollars. So when your greedy, grubby president found out Iran, he said, oh, that's a good idea. But he wants to call them terrorists if they do it alone. But he has openly said that he would like to do that venture with them as long as he can get some of that money. And Iran said, absolutely not. And now Iran, they're terrorists for closing down the straits. But you have actually heard your president said that he wants to run the Strait of Hormuz with Iran. I may turn it into the Trump Straits. I figure people wouldn't like that. I'm going to take it over. I may run the whole thing. Oh, I may run it with them. A money grubbing, greedy fool who cares nothing about you and the effects of any of this on you. Because if you understand, these people who have to pay $1 to $2 million to get their ships out of the straits, that is going to personally impact every person who use or purchase anything that is being hauled on these ships. You're going to be personally impacted by increase in price of whatever is on these ships. If it's oil, if it's fertilizer, if it's natural liquid gas, you are going to have to pay more for it. If it's food, you're going to have to pay more for it. Is it the fertilizers that grows food? You're going to have to pay more for it forever, indefinitely. So this is what your president has done for the United States citizen, as they are bringing a bitch out on Dash, who has to work as a grandmother who cannot support her husband through his cancer treatment. But why can't she support her husband through cancer treatment? Because she had to sell off everything, even with insurance. It can be expensive. Okay, let me tell you something else that went by unnoticed about this poor DoorDash grandma who had to work. Let's see how else she was impacted by this administration that she was popping her pussy for on yesterday, talking about DoorDash. Since we want to talk about this poor stupid bitch, well, let's talk about what else they did not share with you. Okay, let's talk about this. Let me share PolitiFacts. Polita what? Facts. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this, shall we? Let me scroll down. No tax credit for caregivers in Trump's mega bill. No tax credits for whom? Caregivers. You, as a caregiver of your stage 3 cancer-ridden husband, who have to take him for his cancer treatments. What did Trump do for you? You ain't talking about this? What Trump did for you? Let me put this in the description box as well. This article is in my description box under cuts. Under cuts. We talked about we're talking about cuts. What did tax cuts and no tax on tips and all of this? Let me. This link is also in my description box. And what does it say about no tax credit for caregivers in Trump's what mega bill? But there were plenty of cuts for billionaires. Let's get into this. As a 2024 presidential candidate, Donald Trump said he would support a tax credit for family caregivers who take care of a patient or a loved one. As a candidate, this is what Trump promise you. Okay? Are we clear on that? While we talking about what was avoided, what was presented in your face that they tried to present as something else, and some of you stupid people bought what was presented to you, that a bitch who lives in Arkansas was doing DoorDash in Washington, D.C., and you dumb motherfuckers bought this shit as a heartwarming tale of someone who got approximately $11,000 for the no tax on tips, you stupid motherfuckers. Let's see what this says. As a 2024 presidential candidate, Donald Trump said he would support a tax credit for family caregivers who take care of a patient or a loved one. Trump's pledge was directed at an estimated 48 million caregivers in the U.S., the AARP, an organization representing older Americans, estimated. Was this a young buck that was standing out there doing DoorDash, or was this what appeared to be a AARP a participant? I'm just asking, okay? The AARP, an organization that representing older Americans, estimates that family caregiver provide about $600 billion in unpaid labor annually. Now, are they getting paid? That's why they call it unpaid labor. The family members are providing this care for their loved ones because they are not getting paid for about $600 billion in unpaid labor annually, and that 61% also work either part-time or full-time. In addition to doing this caregiving for free, Trump's plan was seen as a counteroffer to a proposal by his opponent, then Vice President Kamala Harris, which was to have Medicare cover in-home health care costs. Who? Medicare. You know that Medicare that your Trump administration is throwing poor people off of. Now, y'all made this choice. This is the choice you made. This bitch out here lying and slinging a DoorDash meal to get by. But this is the choice y'all made. Y'all act like y'all ain't see it for the black woman. She wasn't black, she's Indian. Y'all didn't see it for the woman, period. Black, Indian, or whatever. Y'all didn't see it for the minority woman, the highly educated minority woman. Y'all didn't see it for her, but y'all saw it for a 42-time convicted felon. What does that say about you? That says you're stupid. And that's why he already knows you're stupid, because he said he loves the uneducated voter. And every time you talk about your love for Trump and all of how great he is, you just hold your hand up and wave in the chat to let everybody know, hey, I'm an ignorant here. You got an ignorant in your chat. Hey, I'm one of them dumb ignorants that he loved. That's all you do. That's all you do. Trump plan was directed at an estimated $48 million care directed at a estimated 48 million caregivers in the U.S. AARP, an organization that represented the. Okay, I read that. Trump plan was seen as a counteroffer to a proposal by his opponent, then Vice President Kamala Harris, which was to have Medicare cover in-home health care costs. Trump plan would likely represent a smaller benefit to families than Harris proposal would have, but it would also cost the federal government less. Okay? So this is what he told you he'd do. Because what she told you she'd do. But what did he do? Let's see what he did. Despite signing a large tax and spending bill on July 4th that included other tax breaks he campaigned on, the bill did not include a caregiver tax credit. Already under existing law, caregivers can benefit from some tax credit, but there's scattershot. Under the child tax credit, caregivers can receive up to $500 for providing caregiving for a child. But what did your president say about child care. What did he say about that now deleted Sunday Easter sermon? We can't pay for child care. We gotta pay for war. We can't pay for things like Medicaid, Medicare. We got a war budget to pay for. The states have to pay for that. On that now deleted Easter uh, sermon where Paula White was telling you to touch and agree, raise your hand this way. Dear Heavenly Father, and did a 15-minute prayer behind that serpent. That's what he told you. Under the child tax credit, caregivers can receive up to $500 for providing caregiving for a child under 17 or a dependent adult. In addition, the child and the dependent care credits enables caregivers to deduct up to 20% of the first $3,000 in expenses related to hiring professional care for a dependent. Legislative efforts are underway in both chambers of Congress to enact specific caregiver tax credit called the Credit for Caring Act. The legislation would provide tax credits for up to $5,000 for eligible working caregivers by covering 30% of qualified expenses beyond $2,000. Both chambers bill had substantial bipartisan support, and the influential AARP backing. Still, neither has advanced through legislative process. The House version has 51 co-sponsored, and the Senate version has 7. The Senate bill's lead sponsor are Shelley Moore Caputo of West Virginia, and Michael Bennet, Democrat of Colorado. The House bill leads sponsors are Representative Mike Carney, Republican of Ohio, and Linda Sanchez, Democrat of California. Despite frequently championing other campaign promises like ending taxation of tips, overtime pay, and Social Security benefit as part of his push to enact his signature tax legislation, Trump has not weighed in on the pending caregiver credit bills. According to the fact-based archive of presidential speeches and remarks, the last time Trump referenced a caregiver credit was at a 2024 campaign rally in Gastonia, North Carolina, several days before he won the election. Are we clear? Mm-hmm. Are we clear? Are we clear? Some people always vote against their own interests. That's all I'm saying. Okay, let me talk to Charlie. Hey, and the truth, uh cowboys. Okay, let me talk to Charlie. How does this make any sense? I got a damn near all my overtime in my taxes this year. So kiss that lady. Kiss what? Kiss that you cannot make sense in writing a sentence. I got a damn near all my overtime. A damn near all my overtime. You got a damn near all my overtime. Well, if you work overtime, you're supposed to get all of your overtime, aren't you? A damn near all my overtime. What else did you say? In my taxes. You got a damn near all your overtime in your taxes? That makes absolutely no sense. But keep on talking. Keep waving your hand. These ignorants. We don't buy Iranian oil. Thank you for telling us. Thank you. We needed you to tell us that. Do you feel better now that you thought that you added something to a conversation? Thank you. We really needed you to tell us that. Please hit the like button. I appreciate you all being here. Please hit the like button. He don't know how to pray. Put him in time out. You notice they are saying nothing about that story? You notice how they talk about everything except the facts of the stories that you are talking about? You do you always notice how they try to talk about everything else? Well, what aboutism? You notice they always are talking about the whataboutisms. Let's move on. There is something more. I want to talk about the Pam Bimbo situation of it all.
About this cover up and Bondi not showing up. Play this clip.
Now, we do know that Pam Bimbo had a subpoena to show up in front of the oversight committee. You know, the same oversight committee that she refused to answer questions for. They subpoenaed her to show up and answer questions on yesterday. And what did Pam Bimbo do to try to subvert her subpoena? What she did was she actually gave a 24-hour notice to Congress to meet her in some meeting room, and then she offered that I would answer all questions that you will have of me. Well, they get this notice that she's going to be in this meeting room to answer questions in less than 24 hours. No, they got no advance heads up. If some of them had other plans, would be out of town, they wouldn't have been able to be there. But they got the notice. They showed up, and they found out that Pam Bimbo wanted to pretend as if this sit down was sufficient to address the subpoena that they have given her to answer questions under oath. Under oath means if anything that you say is proven to be untrue, you can be tried and convicted of it. You would have to there will actually be notes on everything that were said in this subpoenaed meeting that you were at. So she thought, oh, I would just pretend like I want to answer every question that you have. When you just had a question, an opportunity to answer every question that they had for you in that hearing, that you sat up there and tried to talk about everything except the questions that were asked of you. If you listen to my news, we were right there, and I played that actual oversight committee meeting, and it was it was horrible. It was just totally horrible. What this sitting DOJ head of the DOJ did in this oversight committee meeting. But then when she got subpoenaed, she wanted to pretend like, I'm going to give you everything you asked for. And when the Congress people went in there and sat down and saw that there was a bunch of bullshit, it was like, bitch, you better get the fuck out of here. No, we ain't got nothing to ask you. And then James Comer, who's over the oversight committee. Well, you know, the Democrats, they didn't ask one question. They wanted the cameras to be here and everything. No, they wanted the attorney and the court reporter to be here to capture everything that she said that was some bullshit. That's what they wanted to be there. So they didn't ask one question. Why would they ask a question when they had a subpoena for her to be here on the 14th? Now, Todd Blanche is going to say a whole lot of nothing. Let's hear what the acting attorney general, Trump's former lawyer, the lawyer who went to interview Ghislaine Maxwell, who wasn't even a part of the DOJ when Ghislaine Maxwell was prosecuted under the Department of Justice. He was in somewhere in Missouri or wherever the fuck he's from. He wasn't a part of the DOJ, the Washington DOJ. Now he was Trump's personal attorney. He goes out there and interviews Maxwell and puts her in a cupcake prison. But now, when we're back on the Epstein files, he has nothing to say. He has absolutely nothing to say.
You have the authority to go ahead and release more, do you not? And you have the authority to go to Congress, perhaps?
No, we have released everything. So
now, we are clear that over 3 million pages of the Epstein files have not been released. We are we are fully aware that of the stuff that has been released. A lot of this has been illegally redacted. We understand that Todd Blanche is now trying to pretend like whatever they have not released, it's not in violation because it has nothing to do with the law. The Epstein released the Epstein file law that was signed by your president. That was put in to action by Tom Massey, a Republican, and Ro Khanna, a Democrat. That was that he had Lauren Boebert, your president, brought Lauren Boebert into the Situation Room. At this point, under this administration, the Situation Room means nothing when he has Benjamin Netanyahu in there telling him what he must do in striking Iran. When he takes Lauren Boebert into the Situation Room, the most secured room where they talk about war plans, where what is talked about cannot be spied upon. He had Benjamin Netanyahu and Lauren Boebert in there. He had Lauren Boebert in there to talk about you cannot vote that we must release the Epstein file. Why did you take her into the Situation Room behind the Epstein file? He told Marjorie Taylor Greene, you can't vote for this act that will make me release the Epstein file, or a lot of people I know are going to be hurt. Now, so here we are. The law has been enacted. Your president has signed it. And now you have this Fugazi-ass lawyer, Trump's personal lawyer, who is now the interim from the last Trump bootlicker, Pam Bondi, in there saying that, oh, there's nothing else to release because anything else that we have, the 3 million more documents that you have, doesn't address the subpoena. No, what? The 3 million documents you have don't address the subpoena. Now, the law that was enacted. Now, the law that was enacted is that you do what? Release all of the Epstein files. Period. It doesn't tell you to distinguish what does and does not match the law that is in the Epstein file. Hey, this is in the Epstein file, but it don't apply to the law that says release everything in the Epstein file. That's what Todd Blanche is telling you. That the 3 million papers that they have not released from the Epstein file, they don't count because they're not a part of the Epstein files, even though I found them in the Epstein files. But the law says I must release all documents in the Epstein file. But I find that these are not pertinent to the Epstein files, even though this is where they are. Make that make sense.
So listen, we reviewed 6 million pieces of paper. What we released was anything associated with the Epstein files. So there, we are not sitting on a single piece of paper. Nothing that should be released. If we find something else tomorrow, we'll release it. I don't anticipate we will. So the misguided assumption that there is more to be released is because we reviewed millions and millions of pages within the department, millions of which had nothing to do with Epstein. So it's not as if we looked at a document and said, we're not going to release that. If we didn't release it, it's because it was not responsive to the law and therefore not part of the Epstein files.
He also said this to say about this cover-up and Bondi.
It's not responsive to the law, and it's not a part of the Epstein files. It is in, however, it is found where? In the Epstein files. So if you are not aware of this bullshit that Todd Blanche is trying to pull, and Pam Bimbo did not show up for the subpoena. Now, is there one more thing? I think there's one more thing that I want to show you. I think this may or may not be Todd Blanche. Hold on 1 second.
Out on the House Oversight Committee says he still wants to hear from Pam Bondi with her deposition scheduled for April 14th. Do you think Pam Bondi still needs to come and testify, even though she is now a private citizen, Congressman?
Yes. I mean, if we could chase Hillary Clinton, who hasn't been in office for 20 years, certainly we can get Pam Bondi to explain why she covered up documents, why we haven't had prosecutions. But, Kristen, the most important thing is there need to be two tests for this next Attorney General. First, the Senate needs to fight to make sure that they commit to releasing all Epstein files with no redactions other than survivors. And second, they need to begin investigations and prosecutions. There are people like Les Wexner and Leon Black who have allegedly had such horrific abuse and there has not been any investigation.
Let's also
hold on 1 second. Did someone excuse me. Did someone in the chat bring up Hillary Clinton? That's why I did not answer anything. That yes, obviously it does, because Hillary Clinton actually showed up. Bill Clinton actually showed up. Did the Republicans show up to Ohio, where they had to go to question Lex Wexner? Did any Republican Congress person show up there? But this is what I want to know. When it came time to question the people who were in the Epstein file, who were listed as co-defendants to Epstein, did the Republican Congress show up in Ohio to question Lex Wexner, like all of the Democrat Congress people showed up to question him? No, not one Republican congressperson who tell you that they want to get to the bottom of it, but when they had the opportunity to have Lex Wexner under oath testifying, none of the Republican Congress people showed up. Do you have any more questions? Oh, okay. I'm sure you don't. Let's continue. A good question. Okay, now let me remind you, if you are unfamiliar, let me remind you why Pam Bondi was even put a subpoena was even sent out on Pam Bondi in the first place. If you are unaware of what caused it to get to this point yesterday, and it should tell you a lot. That she refused to show up for the subpoena. Now, they tried the little lie. Well, it was for the subpoena was for the DOJ. Pam Bondi, she's been fired. She's no longer a part of the DOJ. Well, actually, the subpoena was not, in fact, for the DOJ. The subpoena was for Pam Bondi. It was for her, hold on, by name, specifically by name. So she's no longer over the DOJ means absolutely nothing. Let me remind you why we are where we are in this Pam Bimbo fiasco. If you are unaware, where are we now?
Come today, and very disappointing that Pam Bondi didn't come today, and we're going to be working to make sure in a bipartisan way that her deposition gets rescheduled, or she will be held in contempt, and we have the votes to do that. What an honor to be here at the National Press Club. I mean, as I was coming in, I was telling the president and John Nichols, there's a picture of Nelson Mandela. I mean, some of the greats really who have come and spoken here. So I feel like I've finally made it to be invited to a place like this. And thank you for all the press coming here. I thought everyone would be covering the Swalwell and Gonzalez resignation, so that the fact that you're still here, I appreciate it. And I wanted to take today not to just speak about the news of the day, but about something deeper about our democracy. Obviously, very disappointing that Pam Bondi didn't come today, and we're going to be working to make sure in a bipartisan way that her deposition gets rescheduled, or she will be held in contempt, and we have the votes to do that. But I want to speak more broadly about what the Epstein class means for our democracy and what the way forward is. We meet at a time of crisis in self-government. Cynicism and even nihilism has taken hold of many corners of our nation. People are losing faith in liberal democracy itself in terms of having the ability to deliver. 70 years ago, John F. Kennedy declared that an American president shouldn't mindlessly follow the Pope. Today, Donald Trump is mindlessly bickering with the Pope, choosing hate over humanity, war over peace. How far have we fallen? Meanwhile, the American dream is out of reach for most of our citizens. 70% say they no longer believe in the American dream. Powerful economic forces of globalization and automation seem beyond their control, shaped hedonism, venality, rootless, or Vanderbilt, Morgan, and Carnegie. We are in a new Gilded Age. Economists like Ann Case and Agnes Deaton showed how economic despair was spreading in white working class communities. We still did not act. Well, now the concern has hit the professional class. I was just up at Brown University, and I asked how many of the folks there are concerned.
So, understand what he's saying there. No one cared that it was hitting a black blue collar workers, white blue collar workers. Now it's hitting white collar workers, and now there's a problem. Now people are noticing what's going on. Okay. This link is in my description box. I just wanted to let you understand what is at stake here and what are the consequences. So let's get to why we are here. They are talking about holding Pam Bimbo in contempt if she does not reschedule this meeting. How did we get here? Let's see how we got here. To be clear on how we got here. Where is the Bimbo? Where are the Bimbo files? I know I have the Bimbo files. Oh yes, here are the Bimbo files. Now this is when Pam
Donald Trump's former attorney general.
This is when Pam Bimbo came out and just figured that she didn't. I think I have it somewhere else. I'll show it to you elsewhere. When she came out and figured she did not have to answer to a subpoena, that she was going to come out and she was going to answer the questions herself. If you forgot about that, we're working up to why Pam Bondi, who was formerly over the DOJ, is possibly going to have to be held in contempt of court.
Follow the law. I will follow the law. Here, play this clip.
Sure. Earlier this month, a bipartisan group of lawmakers on the House Oversight Committee voted to subpoena you to appear for a closed-door deposition. Will you commit to complying with that subpoena and appearing for a closed-door deposition?
Now, we know she has not complied with the subpoena, and we know she has not showed up for the subpoena. Look who's standing right behind her with this scowl on his face. None other than her replacement. She didn't know it at the time. He was shafting her in the back right there at the time, trying to take over her job. And this dumb bitch sit up here and say, I will follow the law. I will follow the law. Let's hear, what was the question again? we will be clear on what was asked of this idiot?
Group of lawmakers on the House Oversight Committee voted to subpoena you to appear for a closed-door deposition. Will you commit to complying with that subpoena and appearing for a closed-door deposition?
I made it crystal clear I will follow the law.
Now, a reminder, what...
Okay, let me think. I think there is one more thing I want to share. I hope it is on this topic, and this will be my last video file that I need to share with you because, you know, sometimes you just got to do the work. Sometimes you have to.
Trump being compromised by the Epstein files is putting our troops in danger abroad, given that's what our adversaries are using to put the narrative on the war.
I do. I believe that Donald Trump and his administration, including Attorney General Pam Bondi, have been covering up the Epstein files for over a year now, actually. There is a subpoena by the Oversight Committee. There's the Epstein Files Transparency Act. And over and over and over again, we have seen Donald Trump either refuse to release the files, illegally redact names from the files. There are now very serious allegations against him individually from a woman who said that she was sexually abused by him when she was a minor. This is incredibly serious, and I think Donald Trump will do whatever it takes to distract from this.
And what do you expect from today?
And finally,
Trump.
Are we clear? Are we clear? Are we clear where we are today? So let me share how we got here. Shall we? Let's remember how we got here. We were there through the entirety of this. Let's be real clear. This news channel was here for the entirety of the Bondi bullshit. Bondi and her BS. Now, this is where it
question is now.
The question is, should they subpoena her for it? Because you saw her come out with Blanche and say that she will follow all of the subpoenas. Let me play.
Let's bring in Democratic Congresswoman Summer Lee of Pennsylvania. She is a member of the House.
Now, Summer Lee was the first one who got this Jeffrey Epstein thing moving. They tried to close down Congress real quick, and she put a motion on the floor, and instead of addressing her motion, they tried to hammer close that session as if she had said nothing. But let's be clear. It was her and Nancy Mace and other Republicans who voted that they vote on the motion that was on the floor. And Nancy Mace, I will give her this. She was one of the people who supported this motion, and that motion passed. And that's what got the Epstein shit moving in Congress. So now, this is her yesterday speaking on why Pam Bimbo didn't show up for her subpoena. Let's get into that.
Oversight Committee. The House Oversight Committee subpoenaed now former Attorney General Pam Bondi to come before the committee. She was going to, we thought she was going to come, but then she let word be known that she is not coming. And Forbes has this headline from this week: Democrats threaten Pam Bondi with contempt after she backs out of Epstein testimony. There's a Hill headline that says Mace calls for Bondi to testify in Epstein files probe or be held in contempt. If you hold her in contempt, that gets referred to the Department of Justice. How confident are you that even if the committee does hold her in contempt, that DOJ will actually follow through with it?
Just to backtrack a second, I didn't think that she wasn't going to come. If folks remember from our fake hearing briefing that she came to, and she told us that she would not commit there, right? So it was very clear to us there that
that's the one I just played with for you, where she said, "I will follow the law." The fake committee briefing that she put up herself with less than 24-hour notice to circumvent the actual deposition that she was subpoenaed to be at. She would not commit to show up. Let's be clear. We were here.
Comer was trying to help her get out of having to appear before our committee in regards to the subpoena. As for how this contempt could go, from what I understand is that there actually are two routes. There is civil contempt and there's criminal contempt. Criminal contempt goes directly to the DOJ, which of course she used to be the head of. Civil contempt,
which of course Todd Blanche is the head of. So do you think that he will bring a case against Bondi? No, he won't. But there are two avenues of contempt that they have to go on. So let's hear the second one and see what the prospects are on the second.
Contempt is actually a different route. So I think that what would happen now is our committee would look at what the best options are here. What are the options that might get us closer to some justice, recognizing that the way that Trump's Department of Justice has conducted itself so far does not leave confidence for us to think that they'll do this, any sort of an honorable investigation on their own people.
In August of last year, former Attorney General Barr testified, had a meeting with the Oversight Committee about Epstein. Bondi saying she's not going to do it because she's no longer the current AG. Let
me tell you something. Let me keep it a buck with you. I can't stand this man. I cannot stand this man. I don't know why they have him on TV. I don't know why he is profiled on TV. I cannot stand this man because this man was over the White House Correspondents' Dinner when the girl from what is her name? I forget her name. She was to be the host for the White House Correspondents' Dinner. The one who always wear the suits, the pretty suits. Oh God, what is her name? Oh God. And they fired her. The first black woman that was supposed to be over the Correspondents' Dinner. And he was, in my opinion, an apologist for her being fired and understanding why they had no host that year. And then the next thing I turn around and hear his big wig wearing ass has a spot on MS Now. I cannot stand this motherfucker.
Is what the DOJ has said, but there's already precedent to go to former attorneys general who were around when Epstein investigations, or at least documents from what should have been investigations, were in the possession of the DOJ in former administrations. What does that tell you about how Pam Bondi is viewing this?
There's precedent now, not just for a former attorney general. There's precedent for a former president to come before us or be held in contempt, for a former Department of State, a Secretary of State to come before us. She's looking for excuses because she thinks that there are some people out in the public who will accept them. But we know that that's not true. The subpoena did not call for the current attorney general. It named her specifically. And it named her specifically because of her handling of the Epstein files, the Epstein investigation, and her lack of responsiveness to both the Epstein Files Transparency Act and the subpoena that we secured the committee back in August. So, I think she's being incredibly arrogant. I think that that's how she's been moving this entire time. I think that she is being very disrespectful of the processes that are laid forth, not just in the legislative branch, but also the executive branch. But I imagine that's why she doesn't have a job anymore.
Nope.
Okay. So this link is in my description box under Pam Bimbo. If you are not familiar with it, I think she is spot on. She has been spot on all the while. So how did we get here? We got here from the beginning. Let's see. Let's start off from the beginning.
Kindly, Mr. Chairman, and welcome
We
Attorney General
are
Bondi. You've got
we are going to start from the beginning of this hearing that they had with Pam Bondi, where Jamie Raskin was the co-chair of this committee, and these are his opening statements. We're going to start from the beginning. We are going to start from him explaining to her the rules after seeing her performances throughout prior to this committee having her here. He's going to clearly explain to her the rules. He's not going to be disrespectful. He's just going to tell her clean and concisely what the rules are. We were all there for this. If you don't remember, let's hear the rules. These are the rules.
the best lawyer's job in America because your mission is justice. And thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, and welcome Attorney General Bondi. You've got the best lawyer's job in America because your mission is justice and your clients.
I apologize. I had to restart that so I can
Thank
get
you
this
kindly,
link.
Mr. Chairman, and welcome Attorney General Bondi.
This link is going to be in your description box under Pam Bondi.
Bondi, you've got the best lawyer's job in America because your mission is justice and your clients are the American people. But to promote justice for the people, you've got to listen to the victims, like the women seated behind you today.
I apologize.
Those are just some of the hundreds.
I apologize. I don't know why it's showing like that.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, and welcome Attorney General Bondi. You've got the best lawyer's job in America because your mission is justice and your clients are the American people. But to promote justice for the people, you've got to listen to the victims, like the women seated behind you today. Those are just some of the hundreds of survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's global sex trafficking ring who are demanding that the truth be told and are demanding accountability for the abusers who trafficked and raped them. You still haven't met with these survivors. So with their permission, let me introduce to you the survivors and late survivors' family members who are present today. There's Teresa Helm, there's Jess Michaels, Laura Bloom McGee, Danny Bensky, Liz Stein, Marina Lacerda, Sky and Amanda Roberts, who are the family of the late Virginia Giuffre, Charlene Richard, and Lisa Phillips. Now, you're not showing a lot of interest in the victims, Madam Attorney General, whether it's Epstein's human trafficking ring or the homicidal governmental violence against citizens in Minneapolis. As Attorney General, you're siding with the perpetrators and you're ignoring the victims. That will be your legacy unless you act quickly to change course. You're running a massive Epstein cover-up right out of the Department of Justice. You've been ordered by subpoena and by Congress to turn over 6 million documents, photographs, and videos in the Epstein files, but you've turned over only 3 million. You say you're not turning over the other 3 million because they're somehow duplicative, but we know that there are actual memos of victim statements in there. And you also took down the Department of Justice's prosecution memo from 2019. So it's clearly not all duplicative, but even if it were, why not release it? Just release all the duplicative stuff. In the half you did produce, you redacted the names of abusers, enablers, accomplices, and co-conspirators, apparently to spare them embarrassment and disgrace, which is the exact opposite of what the law ordered you to do. Even worse, you shockingly failed to redact many of the victims' names, which is what you were ordered to do by Congress. Some of the victims had come forward publicly, but many had not. Many had kept their torment private, even from family and friends, but you published their names, their identities, their images on thousands of pages for the world to see. So you ignored the law, and even with over 100,000 employees at your disposal, you acted with some mixture of staggering incompetence, cold indifference, and jaded cruelty towards more than 1,000 victims raped, abused, and trafficked. This performance screams cover-up. Convicted sex trafficker and groomer Ghislaine Maxwell opened the gates of hell to Virginia Giuffre and hundreds of other victims, as Virginia recorded in her remarkable book, Nobody's Girl. But when Maxwell was subpoenaed to come testify before Congress, you and Todd Blanche quickly moved her from a higher security prison to a minimum security camp in Texas, where she's enjoyed 5-star treatment, including catered meals, private gym time, and access to a therapy puppy. All because Todd Blanche, who's utterly failed to investigate the monstrous crimes of Epstein and Maxwell's co-conspirators, spent 9 hours with Maxwell and satisfied himself that she would have nothing untoward to say about Donald Trump, which is your only real interest in the matter, based on institutional performance. But abandoning victims and coddling perpetrators is what you do best. When the FBI opened a criminal investigation into the brutal killing in Minneapolis of Renee Good, a poet and 37-year-old mother of 3, by Trump's masked paramilitary ICE agents, you shut it down. You claim you're investigating the cold-blooded murder of Alex Preddy, an ICU nurse at the VA. But how can we trust the administration when the president and Kristi Noem called Preddy a domestic terrorist and Stephen Miller called him a would-be assassin? Not only do you refuse to share evidence with the state and local investigators and prosecutors in Minnesota, you have blocked their access to the crime scene and the evidence. How are you seeking justice for Marimar Martinez, the Montessori school teacher in Chicago who was shot 5 times by a Border Patrol agent who bragged about it on text? Or the family of Keith Porter, a father of 2 shot and killed by an off-duty ICE agent in LA? Or the family of Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, shot and killed in Illinois minutes after he dropped his kids off at school? There's no sign of any movement at the Department of Justice. You even launched a criminal investigation into Renee Good's grieving widow. How sick is that? But it's even worse. You've turned the People's Department of Justice into Trump's instrument of revenge. Trump orders up prosecutions like pizza, and you deliver every time. He tells you to go after James Comey, Letitia James, Lisa Cook, and Jerome Powell, the head of the Federal Reserve Board, and members of Congress like Adam Schiff, Mark Kelly, Alyssa Slotkin, Chrissy Houlihan, Jason Crow, Chris Deluzio, and Maggie Goodlander, to name a few, and you snap to it. You replace real prosecutors with counterfeit stooges who robotically do the president's bidding. Nothing in American history comes close to this complete corruption of the justice function and contamination of federal law enforcement. And the good news is many serious lawyers at DOJ, including some of your own original appointees, have refused your lawless orders. Danielle Sassoon, your original pick for acting U.S. Attorney in Manhattan, resigned rather than follow your corrupt order to quash an indictment against Mayor Eric Adams as a political favor. From Donald Trump, a Federalist Society member who clerked for Justice Scalia, U.S. Attorney Sassoon refused to participate in this blatantly corrupt scheme. Her top assistant, Hagan Scotton, an Iraqi war vet and 2-time Bronze Star recipient who clerked for Chief Justice Roberts, and then Judge Kavanaugh, promptly resigned too, writing to your office, quote, "I expect you will eventually find someone who is enough of a fool or enough of a coward to file your motion, but it was never going to be me." You and the president nominated Eric Siebert, a 15-year career prosecutor, to be your U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia. But after 5 months of investigating Letitia James and James Comey, he found no evidence to justify criminal charges. So you forced him out. You replaced him with Lindsay Halligan, Trump's personal lawyer from the Mar-a-Lago documents case, who had 0 prosecutorial experience and no qualifications. And then you were humiliated when a federal judge found that this corrupt appointment was blatantly unlawful and threw out Halligan's indictments entirely. And grand juries of American citizens have repeatedly rejected your vendettas and baseless indictments brought by the hacks left at DOJ now, with 2 different grand juries in Virginia voting down indictments against Letitia James in a single week. And just yesterday, another grand jury shut down your vendetta factory by rejecting indictments against the 6 members of Congress who had spoken out to remind all service members that they have a duty to refuse illegal orders. You tried to get a grand jury to indict 6 members of Congress who were veterans of our armed forces on charges of seditious conspiracy simply for exercising their First Amendment rights. I hope you will heed the wisdom and the constitutional patriotism of those grand jurors and not try it again by doubling down on that humiliation. As your best lawyers are sacked for having participated in the January 6th case or just flee for the exits now, your new lawyers keep lying in court. In dozens of cases, they've been excoriated for lying to federal judges. Chief Judge Boasberg, right here in DC, suggested your Department of Justice perpetrated a fraud on the court. Other judges found your statements to be, quote, inexplicably misleading, patently incredible, totally inconsistent, and so disingenuous that the court is left with little confidence that the government can be trusted to tell the truth about anything. Now, as ranking member, I asked the chairman to add a few extra rounds of questions today because we each have 5 hours of questions, not 5 minutes, but we're stuck with 5 minutes. That's clearly insufficient to give voice to America's victims and survivors and to demand answers about all the corruption and cover-ups that we see at DOJ right now. We've got just one round, so we ask you politely but firmly, Madam Attorney General, please do not waste 1 second of our precious time by evading questions, by changing the subject, or engaging in personal attacks against members of Congress. We saw your performance in the Senate, and we're not going to accept that. This isn't a game. In the Senate, you brought something with you called a burn book, a binder of smears to attack members personally for doing the people's work of oversight. Please set the burn book aside and answer our questions. And when you hear us reclaim our time, that means it's time for you to stop speaking. We only have 5 minutes, so when we reclaim our time, that means you stop. And if you don't, we will ask the chair to stop the clock and let you go on his time. The quality of justice in America depends on the character of our government. Please do your job and bring the Department of Justice back from the brink. The survivors seated behind you and the American people watching everywhere deserve a Department of Justice worthy of its name. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Support journalism you trust. Support PBS News. Donate now, or even better,
Let me tell you something, Lion Adolskis. Do not spam my chat. There's no, we saw what you wrote of the first time. I understand that there are male attention whores as well. Do not spam my chat, continuing to repeat the same statements over. If your statement got no response, there it is. Do not spam my chat or I will block you from my chat. Let's continue on. We hear what the rules are, and let's hear a couple of moments what Pam Bimbo then decided to do, knowing full well the rules.
Attorney General Bondi, you apologized to the survivors in your opening statement for what they went through at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein. Will you turn to them now and apologize for what your Department of Justice has put them through with the absolutely unacceptable release of the Epstein files and their information?
Congresswoman, you sat before Merrick Garland sat in this chair twice.
Attorney General Bondi,
No, can I finish my answer?
No, I'm going to reclaim my time because I asked you a specific question that I would like you to answer, which is, will you turn to the survivors? This is not about anybody that came before you. It is about you taking responsibility for your Department of Justice and the harm that it has done to the survivors who are standing right behind you and are waiting for you to turn to them and apologize for what your Department of Justice has done.
Members get to ask the questions. The witness gets to answer in the way they want to answer. The Attorney General can
That's
respond.
not accurate, Mr. Chairman.
Because she doesn't like the answer. So
Mr. Chairman,
Why?
I have asked
Didn't
a
she ask
question.
Merrick Garland this?
I am
Twice
reclaiming
when he
my
sat in my
time, and
chair.
when I
will
reclaim my
continue to
time,
answer.
it is
Mr. Chairman, the gentlelady has
I'm
reclaimed her
not going
time.
to get in the gutter for her theatrics.
How many of Epstein's co-conspirators have you indicted? How many perpetrators are you even investigating?
First, you showed it. I find it.
How many have you indicted?
Excuse me. I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question the way I want to answer the question.
No,
Your
you're going to answer
theatrics
the
are
question the
ridiculous.
way I asked it.
Chairman
How many have you
Jordan, I'm not
indicted?
going to get in the gutter with these people,
How many
but
have you-
I'm going to answer the question.
How many have you indicted?
Again, the time belongs to
Reclaiming my time.
the time belongs.
I think it's very
Reclaiming
interesting.
my time.
I think it's very
Reclaiming my
interesting.
time.
You can
that
reclaim
he
your
talks
time,
about they
Reclaiming my time,
indicted.
Mr.
The
Chairman.
president said they
Close the
indicted
clock.
him twice.
Mr. Chairman, please
They
stop the
sure
clock
did.
and stop the
he
clock and
indicted.
restore his time.
Okay, here we go with these
Committee will be in order.
theatrics.
The time
Reclaiming my
belongs to
time
the
and yield
gentleman
back
from
the
New
clock,
York.
please.
We will give you a few more seconds. We will do that. But when you
Reclaiming
ask
And now, how many times did he have to reclaim his time? Let's understand that Jim Jordan is another person who was subpoenaed before Congress and was a no-show. But all of you people with the whataboutism is not talking about him as he lets this fool down here hide the Epstein files with her theatrics. Let's continue.
a question, the
The
witness
question
gets to
was-
answer. You may not like the answer, but she
Right.
gets
The
to answer.
question was, how many of Epstein's...
They don't like
What?
the answer,
Reclaiming
Chairman,
my time.
because it's honest.
Reclaiming
So
my-
he asked a
Reclaiming my
4-minute question.
Restore 45
and
seconds,
I
Mr.
am
Nadler,
going
please,
to
Mr. Chairman.
answer.
You can let her filibuster all day long, but not on our watch.
Reclaiming-
Not on our time. No way. And I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, I
anything,
did tell you because we
washed
saw
up
what you did in the
loser
Senate.
Lawyer, not even a lawyer.
Committee will be in order.
Time, and I should get back at least 45 seconds.
We will give you a few more seconds. I
Not a
said that
few, I should
already.
take 45 seconds.
Okay, I'm timing right now, Mr. Nadler. Go.
All
Reclaiming
right.
my time. The answer to my question, how many of Epstein's co-conspirators has she indicted, is 0.
You are acutely aware of how important it is to protect the identity of victims of sexual assault, correct?
I have addressed this multiple times. I think others were cutting me off when I was trying
Well,
to.
I just simply asked, are you aware of the fact that it's vitally important to protect the identity of sexual assault victims as you prosecute the people they accuse of assaulting them? Isn't that correct?
Excuse me. As we have said multiple times,
Protection of the
protection
identity
of all victims
of the victims
are
is so
protected.
very
Who are
important.
protected under? Do you want me to answer or do you want to interrupt?
Well, because you're not answering the question, you do a Jekyll and Hyde kind of routine around here, and I just want you to answer my questions.
What does Jekyll and Hyde mean? Can
Well,
you
it
explain
means
that?
you're nice to the
Explain that.
Republicans and you turn like Hyde on Democrats.
I want to know, were there any underage girls at that party or at any party that Trump attended with Jeffrey Epstein?
This is so ridiculous, and that they are trying to deflect from all the great things Donald Trump has done. There is no evidence that Donald Trump has committed a crime. Everyone knows that. This has been the most transparent presidency. He's the one that asked that those files
I'm reclaiming my time.
be
I got your
released.
answer. You said there's no
President
evidence.
Trump asked
Mr. Chairman,
that
please
those
stop the
files
clock.
be
Please stop
signed,
the clock.
The legislation. This is
Time.
this
I'd like
is
to reclaim my
ridiculous.
time.
Time belongs to the gentleman from California.
Okay. I'm going to put up another document from a witness who called the FBI's National Threat Operations Center because I believe you just lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you just lied under oath, and this is all on videotape. You said there's no evidence of crime. I'm showing you. Here is a witness statement who called into the FBI's Threat Operations Center. He drove Donald Trump around in a limo. He overheard what Donald Trump said to Jeffrey on his cell phone. He was so angry, he was going to stop a limo and hurt Donald Trump. And he met a girl who said she was raped by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. She later had her head blown off, and officers at the scene said that could not have been suicide. No one at the Department of Justice interviewed this witness. You need to interview this witness immediately. Epstein should rot in hell. So should the men who patronized his operation.
Okay, that's
And as we sit here today, there are over 1,000 sex trafficking victims, and you have not held a single man accountable. Shame on you. If you had any decency, you would resign right after this hearing concludes.
The gentleman has expired.
Did you ask Merrick Garland that the last 4 years? Did you talk about Epstein?
I'm reclaiming my time. I'm glad you're asking about Merrick Garland.
You don't get to reclaim
because
time
this
when
is
you don't-
bigger than
when you can't
Watergate.
when I don't answer a question the
this
way you
goes
want.
over 4 administrations. You don't have to go back to Biden. Let's go back to Obama. Let's go back to George Bush. This cover-up spans decades, and you are responsible for this portion of it.
And that's
Now,
where the
I want to know at what point did the FBI and the DOJ decide that Lex Wessner was not a co-conspirator? Because our Epstein Files Transparency Act requires you, please put it back on the screen, to release the internal decision about whether to prosecute him or not. And it's not in the files, and it's not in the files for any of these other men.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
May she answer?
And he's a hypocrite because he voted against the ban that we were talking about
notice she's not answering the question, but let's continue.
on deep fake AI porn. Only 2 people voted against it, and you were one of them, hypocrite.
Was the president aware of Secretary Lutnick's ties to Epstein when he chose him to lead the Department of Commerce? Was he aware?
Chris Malin was a Border Patrol agent.
Okay, so I'm going to conclude that the president, in fact,
mentioned.
Okay, are we clear on why she was subpoenaed? And are we clear why she didn't show up for her subpoena on yesterday? If you watch the news over here, the actual news over here, they're not trying to recreate something that your mind didn't think to create in the first place. If you have decided that you try to give me information, and I've told you that I've already have played the information on my show, do not think you can do me. Do not think you can do better than me. Do not think that you are telling stories that have been told months prior by me, that you can compete with me. Let's continue.
Know about his ties because he was the next door neighbor.
Shame on you.
Oh, for goodness sakes.
You're
This
from
is
a tiny,
pathetic.
beautiful
This is
state.
pathetic,
The
Mr.
committee will
Chair.
be in order.
I am not asking trick questions here. The
You got your
American
5
people have a right to know the answers to this. These are senior officials in the Trump administration. This is not a game, Secretary.
I'm Attorney General.
My apologies, I couldn't tell. By 2008, we knew that Epstein was a convicted sexual abuser. And we now know that Lutnick went to Epstein's Island in 2012. How was that not a deal breaker for the president? And why aren't you asking questions of the Commerce Secretary about what he saw when he was at the island, which he lied about not ever going to? Why are you not asking these questions? And I see that my time is almost expired, so I would say this. Do the right thing, Attorney General. Meet with the survivors. They have been asking for a year. Meet with the survivors. Do the right thing. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
May I have 20 seconds of his time?
So that'd be up to the gentleman, but.
Absolutely, Madam.
Thank you. Thank you. I was curious if you, Congresswoman, asked Bill Clinton that. Didn't see one tweet, not one. I didn't see one tweet when Joe Biden was in office about Bill Clinton. Didn't ask Merrick Garland anything about Epstein, not once when he was.
Weak sauce.
And also, I want the record to reflect that, with this anti-Semitic culture right now, she voted against a resolution condemning.
Oh,
from the
is
river
Jewish. I just
Tennessee
want to be
as
clear.
anti-Semitic.
Do you want to go there, Attorney General? Or do you want to go there? Are you serious? Talking about anti-Semitism to a woman who lost her grandfather in the Holocaust? Really?
This is not under attorney-client privilege because it was sent from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell, Will you commit to publicly providing the unredacted version of this so that the American people can understand the extent of Donald Trump's lies about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein?
You're about as good of a lawyer today as you were when you tried to impeach President Trump in 2016. Have you apologized for that in 2019?
So will you unredact this?
Wasn't Trump actually impeached then? Wasn't he impeached? Yeah, am I wrong? But the Senate didn't throw him out. But he was successfully impeached twice. Her point would be what? Oh, let's continue. This is why she didn't show up for the subpoena. That anything that she said could be submitted as a crime. Why do you wonder why she didn't show up to testify under oath again? But all of this is under oath. If I'm not, yeah, is she? I think she was under oath. Yes, she was under oath here as well. Okay, let's continue.
You were lead counsel on that. Privileged.
I'm asking you, will you unredact this?
Privileged.
Privileged, of course. I look forward to discussing this more. Now, these are obviously improper redactions.
And let me stop for a minute.
I'm talking.
If they're not privileged,
quiet.
Don't yell at me. If they're not
Mr. Chairman, would you stop the clock? This is on your time. It's not on Mr. Goldman.
They're not
privileged. You used your improper redactions.
You'll like my answer.
To continue to protect
time
belongs to the member.
We'll be happy to release them.
We'll stop the clock. We'll stop the clock. Time belongs to the member. Go ahead.
Even though you used improper redactions to protect Donald Trump and other predators associated with Jeffrey Epstein, you did the exact opposite thing with the survivors and victims of this scheme.
Okay.
Support journalism you trust. Support PBS News.
That the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God.
I do.
Let the record show that the witness has answered.
Trump orders up prosecutions like pizza, and you deliver every time. He tells you to go after James Comey, Letitia James, Lisa Cook, and Jerome Powell, the head of the Federal Reserve Board. And
I am deeply sorry for what any victim has been through.
Will you turn to them now and apologize for what your Department of Justice has put them through?
I'm not going to get in the gutter for her theatrics. I find it.
How many have you indicted?
Excuse me. I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question the way I want to answer the question.
No,
Your
you're going to answer
theatrics
the
are
question the
ridiculous.
way I asked it.
Chairman Jordan, I'm not going to get in the gutter with these
She acts like a toddler. A toddler.
people.
You can let her filibuster all.
And let's be clear that the Florida Bar Association refused to review her law license because she had the position of in the government as the being over the Department of Justice. But there has been another request from quite a few number of more attorneys who together a request that they now review her law license. It is pending if they will review. We're waiting to see if they are going to review her law license. Take it or let her remain to have her law license.
Day long, but not on our watch. Not on our time. No way. And I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, I did tell you because we saw what you did in the Senate.
You're a lawyer, not even a lawyer.
Committee will be in order.
I have several questions for you. Who's responsible? Are you able to track who in your organization made this massive failure and release the victims' names?
We corrected that within 40 minutes. He was already, you're acting like everybody's trying to cover up Wexner's name.
Reclaiming my time.
I'm going to answer this question.
Reclaiming my time. Mr. Chairman.
This is how this works.
Was the president aware of Secretary Lutnick's ties to Epstein when he chose him to lead the Department of Commerce? Was he aware?
Chris Malin was a Border Patrol agent.
Okay, so I'm going to conclude
And
that
she
the president,
never
in fact,
mentioned
did
him
know about his
in
ties
her
because he was the next door neighbor.
Shame on you.
Oh, for goodness sakes,
You're
this
from
is
a tiny,
pathetic.
beautiful
This is
state.
pathetic, Mr.
Committee will be
Chair.
in order.
I am not asking trick questions here. The
You got your
American
5
people have a right to know the answers to this. These are senior officials in the Trump administration.
Senator Bernie Sanders is in.
Let's go on to what had to be said. Let me make sure. Let's go on to what had to be said about your president now depicting himself as Jesus Christ. Let's see what Bernie Sanders has to say. Didn't she get fired? Why are we still listening to this brainwashed little girl that still thinks it's great? Okay. I don't know about anything about her daddy. I have nothing. I never even heard any peep of that happening. But I do know that the one of the things that they were touting during the election cycle was that Trump was daddy. I do. That's the as much as I know about the daddy situation. But I will say we're still talking about it because she had a subpoena to show up and answer questions. And the whole point of this was she did not show up for the subpoena on yesterday. They have made many excuses saying that she is no longer the DOJ. So as the subpoena was for the DOJ and not her. But they let you know the subpoena was for Pamela Jo Bondi. Pamela Jo, as some news reporter calls her, the subpoena was for her. Okay, now I'm just seeing what else you guys are talking about. Let me see. Let me see. Mickey, you really who is this? This Mickey person right here. What you do when you say that, what you're doing is you're not talking about the subject matter, and when you cannot talk on the subject matter, and you can only say this type of stuff, you raise your hand and let us know, avert us to how dumb you are. Okay, let's continue. Now, Julian needs a blood. Who is Julian? Chill the ego out. What ego did I have unchilled? I just give facts over here. I give facts that if you cannot stand the actual facts, did I lie? What was that, Ronnie? Chill that ego. I don't have an ego. I just have facts. I just have facts. That's all I have. Okay? I just have facts. How about that? Let's continue. He thought his followers are dumb enough to believe it. Presidents from other countries call Trump daddies. No, who? Be specific. Be specific, please. See, you raised your hand to show that you're a dummy. Thank you for that. And thank you for that. Thank you for that. No. Be specific. You spit your facts. Since what was it? Presidents from other countries call Trump daddy. That's what. Be specific. Okay, let's move on. This is bullshit. Okay, let's continue talking to the uneducated Trump voters.
Independent Vermont. He's forcing a vote tomorrow to block nearly $500 million in arms sales to Israel amid this war, which does, at least in Lebanon and Israel, continue. And he joins me now. Senator, let me just start with the context here of the way the president acts, which he acts in an aberrant fashion and has for 10 years. But the way that he's acting now, which seems particularly aberrant in some ways, and particularly dangerous because he started a war that remains the background context in which real people have died and real people have been injured and hasn't been brought to any discernible resolution as far as I can tell, at least.
Look, Chris, clearly we have a mentally unstable president of the United States. He lies all the time. The image of himself as a divine being, a Christ-like figure, is insulting to not only Catholics, but the people all over the world. This is a guy who wants to have half of the buildings in the country named after him, who allowed Netanyahu, who has been trying for 40 years to get a president to support a war with Iran. With Trump, Netanyahu succeeded. What we're going to do tomorrow is bring forth two resolutions, which basically say, I think, what the American people want Congress to do. And that is, we cannot continue to fund the extremist government of Netanyahu, who has been waging an all-out war, genocidal war in Gaza, who started the war in Iran, was violating all kinds of international law in the West Bank, killing Palestinians there, knocking down homes, and is now at war, an expansionist war in Lebanon, which, as you mentioned a moment ago, has not only killed thousands of people, it has displaced over 1 million people, and Israel now occupies something like 14% of the territory of Lebanon. And the American people are saying, is this really what we should continue spending billions of dollars on when we have so many problems at home? And I hope that tomorrow we get a good vote on those resolutions.
You know, in terms of problems at home, I mean, part of what's, remarkable about this turn of events is that it has exacerbated precisely the things that people are most concerned about: affordability, particularly being able to fill up their cars. I saw this incredible quote from Kevin Hassett, who's an economics advisor to the president, about the oil prices that I want to play for you and get your response to. Take a listen.
Imagine if oil prices start going back down because the situation resolves itself somehow, then you could be looking at inflation close to zero. So that's something that the Fed needs to pay attention to, because remember, energy prices going down would feed through just as, CPI, top line CPI has had energy prices going up right now.
I mean, I guess the idea is that if energy prices go down, it will be better, but energy prices are going up right now. Which does
this is his economic advisor. Well, God help
economic advisor.
Look, the reality is Netanyahu's wars in Gaza, West Bank, Iran, Lebanon have not only been grossly immoral and destructive, but they are also impacting billions of people throughout the world. Here in the United States, we're having 60% of our people living paycheck to paycheck. And now what they're having to deal with is gas. In Vermont, I think it's over $4 a gallon. Parts of the country, it's higher than that. And that means less money for food, less money to be able to pay the rent. So what you are seeing is all across this country, you got Republicans who said, gee, this guy promised us that we would not get involved in never-ending wars. We would not get involved in the Mideast. This guy who said he was going to bring down prices, control inflation. And what do we got now? You got an endless war, which, by the way, may end up costing us $8 trillion. And Trump's thought is that when we spend that money, we can cut back on health care and child care to pay for the war. Pretty crazy stuff. And, we
how